You don't go well, get your moon. We need a cut them your bag away. You see, Chinyang, what you look on, we need them your Lord, the coat on the anyway, quite a bit on wet. Long will quite the wound make walk with Jandy the way. Ring the gun of Kuda, yeah. But what yellow bang alone? Yet war in the jungle, Pokum, the gun of Mule. Don't make well go away with Duck Tung so. Kumat gang nim gage. I'm what to my dung the barnyard, that's in the Tegoran. Korean, you wouldn't abandon the Michadi Bantoy, to the Batway. You broke up and judging a Bako and Nagaran. Country and water may make a dear Jiran become them. A go the boy will be the over Bangogo. Ranchola Bokomuko, the band in their dog. Kadit Jola, I go. You learn a gaga drugger, gave on you own way. The good and on your door, why cook down Ben Yim to the Garay. Now ran here in Minya, and Jim your sugar there one on one gang. I will in Madacon. The one on the don't Ben, the boy number Ben, and we ran your number. And you don't do any young watch around Anguya. Palga, we declare, but being a good caran. I don't know when you're better to do, not in the way than you turn up. Then I'm not around. Don't know what you want now that when the day you am lang. To Jura Quanjo, and don't about what could the young one in Miriak. Jim the Bill Quay, Pandem your quay, the bike of moving Naiwele.
Welcome to Ruweng Global Media. Can we indicate or Koktautan Ruweng youth members? Shuka schedule one chan book banda Pernami, book Jamtin, and Ka Oktautan and on, or good there. Nichaki very alvade and chan network very slow, Kabuk Dairot, chan ku book the Jamnay. Kwayen October. Quite show camera do thing, Chan by Venial. So, October 10, Ruweng youth members. Kubogla Jamaden Kayoke role of Ruweng youth in politics and community development. Quakin and a shoke chol, Kaikoga Yuki along the Jam Jam. Yen Balo and Belover and now Chan Bakek introduced. I will try to mute them a little bit so that noise will be cancelled. Kayok, welcome. Work buying to use. Work youth members. Kaiko, quite a key Kiriong now key to Louis Kigo. Enga. Kayok, Yamel Cole. I mentioned, but the network is not good over there. Bogyam K in a role of Ruweng youth in politics, with our community development. Kenga. Kubra Loy Vetke non ban keg introduced. October 10, Kakatanial. I think I got more of the time, which I can't tingu Kwakai Kakon Ping Rodia. A problem again. And drink and K, a coin me bang me jack, the mean. Kujola gum the mijang de dengamo kujola lul nyong de mijak kujola ki yong aki yenga ke boka jame kol ke members ke use kan itawra ka kibro loy topic ka chak ba bi yonta role the Ruweng youth in politics. These are the key talking point boke jamtin, which is Ruweng youth participation. Let me bring them up here again. And community development, kuja Ruweng youth participation in politics and national levels, kuja impact of Ruweng youth participation and non-participation in politics and community development. Kwen book jade ke book kwen baden. Ke book loy ke ba loy an chibi jam gatir because of kidia sa yunta. We both introduced apa jog aki young na aki, so aki in both introduce. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Bany Mayik, and viewers to Jala Koito in the studio, including my reputable colleagues, Todd Mantinkana. Natural Akiri Yonaki, of course, then Men Ruweng at the age bracket of youth, is still not surpassing it. I'm just to take you back a little bit to other part of my introduction would be like look at I'm a humanitarian worker currently, and more of that. So just to take that few tips from me, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aki. Lulin in ba liya chan kubori introduce.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ustaz Mayik, Denkir, and all the members of the Ruweng Global Media. Wakchakeglej, fursa wunta chakba yegok, koye shabab, bukbebelu sharik wek, imanatay, long biak dan South Sudan, ke zamanatay. Yen, rian ke kacha ke gorten, and it's all lulu nyong mijak, and a member of the youth by the virtue of my age. Ko enka wunta ten ke introduction wunta ten ke talk briefly about my background. I'm a humanitarian worker as a church akirchen well. Ko antitiek blessed with 3 children, one son and 2 daughters.
Very good. Ayana diga Aki. I mean, by law network and chimage. Well, it's where.
Yeah, and to
Thank you very much. Akwajin ba in ba Paul Chanbor introduce. You can, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good evening, well, thank you so much, Maïd, and also my colleagues Boom, Wall, and Akir. I'm glad to be here on stage with you people. I'll just go straight to the point by introducing myself. I'm a quite energetic Jack, rural youth. I'm an advocate and running an organization at the same time, charity organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Bangum, the major in board and mute, and then you introduce yourself. Bugla for Barnam Day.
By my yakin challenge, Kujola members ka RGM, Jola Nyan Kaida Akwach, one mother Kir, one mother Lual, Kujo Akwai Dai, Ekaloy Kukana. rin ki ke chol guman jong mi jang de ngamor ane ran de Ruweng ane ran tin ringkor ring di ke coach di koy gor magata di ke jamjang ko ane ran panalo
Thank you very
yen
much. Okay,
kene
go
te
ahead.
banom peka ku wog belo barnami network di araj de ngato nya paytena ale teten ci be ala bi ku be ben kalas ke bungi ke network araj wocha
Ayana
dele
diga pay de go welcome Ruweng Youth to Ruweng Global Media. Kayoga, one of the team, which is Moses Milau, chief executive of this one and a general secretary. Kan chol mi den ki and a man Ruweng, Uge Woyl and so major pay go. Okidai kai we quick kai koki get the other. Kenga, Akilu, I can get good. I suppose not to run this program, so it's supposed to be running. Kujogo ga chol, Kujogo Kangman up when one of the yena diga pay da goga piat there are social warriors want a particular ruang a bang bang mikla especially youth and ku kichiro loy on ton ke bang nam kulakle good big man we kiko ya god with youth kenen ke jo we kyol what are your roles and in politics kuja community development man ya your background ben we Louis social organization when a long line UN kujala ka social activities man on ta pa jeten she's working very hard uh, uh, for women empowerment ku jola yin ran ban ware ko wa man akai war ku dei war ko moj wala war ko dio e ken ke taw so akena bugyo tinga kol yen nga akwai ba ja joga di man chu bi jog yani 1% ci ba wo gi tene ta ka jen ben dil ke no man akwai bara. What is the role of Ruweng youth in politics and community development? Chukan kwenan lakini pia bukon ke yinna. So okay.
Okay.
Tidak na kwaja kaping gum majo. Gum go ahead.
ai malich akwa jabe abe krang wanum abe jam bi wanum
Okay.
ke wit baloy ke brief introduction and background of why we came up with this idea
Exactly.
ko ki jam go jok
Yeah, go ahead.
ke biung ne ale barnamis kene we bai we ko dai ko bi ko ke RGM big loy supported ke wet de ko wonte shabab yani o ki kon be mat ko de chito long tagi ke chung nyar ti den long ne ko jam chi kene de ka wonte dalo ale bu ke ga discuss e pe kene ko ma fi studio bu ga tinga ngo ka dal ko je ke wi ba kon tan pe ke bungi je chin ke lu yen bara mi non bo ben jam bu ka wonte dal bai ka wonte ku ke lew ko shabab ka chu ke lew ko ngone o ko le che ka ke lew ke bu ke ben ton ara andai the language expectation do te pe na de shit ke de bu ben riok a chin gri aku e chodon cholo ko bu ben jam ka wonte le bo ke pa na gwir wo jem ko non te to ke tin pi Junubu Sudan upi Ruweng aye kwen ngake ka gudurde tega de ka che ya gudurda woge la kaitin tega na de ka ye ki gudurda le buke jami ku ka chuke wan chuke pol o ke ka pe ge ku ke la jami kene ke biung nyal ku dil ku tong ku ku kalat ku go be la jam benga ke den yitak ku tinge go kan tientin min tewan buke ben jami ko chirot jwa ke gangwan ma weda mat ki kunyan kai ke gi jwarot achanen ke taben wat kinom lakin ko jwi dai ku denam ku duan le betie ku de zaman ke kala betie ai de dang che got ye ti chat ala bungo ko log yok ke piat jam ben binama to kede ko wonte ijo yen loy kwe ka ket ka chu ke chol take away e ngon buk jode jam ko e luet en buk ben kwen chinen ke loy ku yom lahat wale de ko wonte le biran jod wegi we koy dai ku wog ruwen adoro jayan yar non bok be jwej in the studio buka wonte dalo buke jami kange ki diak ke participation da in community development kedero ke our engagement in politics either locally or nationally den go wonte ngira ku kede diak ke impact na mim ku ko chi jam e ngon bi yen wo na jam ku ke ngon en bi yen wo ayo ke ka buke pektin ku penye chi chwal aka wi buke lo amat akene cha nyogo tonin ban mayik wek cha kele we ko kar jiam daman don cha jwar ku gam go bo ka jami ayo kene kele ba kwen ku dial ga ngor ka tamgi o go shabab o wi buk jam ke tir lanu ko chi mim ke dongo man ke whatsapp ku whatsapp chi jam go chi ke butol a ke chi diga na bangor ko mokki ba go ga chol chi chak ba go ko ta we ko la de ko pe ala ba bangor ko be ke ba go be ke ben jam be go ke ping o cha kele o ka ba dwong na min ma yiga chan ba ko bi jojo jawo wanim jagle
Adiga Faida go. Thank you, Gum the Manjok. This is a very important, critical overview of the talking point that we are going to discuss. So, akwa jin ba pol ayok en ka won chi gum ngai ko na dik that no wa chin no ki bot en de ko bu ka yan jam go is a social awareness ku ja role of the youth and achan we man we ke backbone of the society real benata wichin chen nga ken ka yo ba pol ten chan chi jam ge da pai yen an ba kwa ba lep chan ku vi lo jam dai and let me open the mic. Okay, go ahead.
Lord, great is on
Yeah. I think by
participation in politics.
4 minutes each. Can be a jam 4 minutes to be rotate. Yen go ahead, okay. So go.
Participation in politics also in community development. Actually, Balele, the number of youth contribute large that work for youth would different communities. Yeah, specifically, like from the moon, like major role. They are part of division making. We also have like a contribution to chances and then the neuro services for local supply. Usually, do a good thing. You know, they are give a lot or give a period of the community development side of the government,
social different innovation.
role in capacity building. So, you get so we can interact with your fellow youth and the capacity building, learn new things, new skills every day. Also, advocacy and social change, like, okay, we don't go sabab, the new jam community day. Lakini kwa ireno nteke rujwa wala kwa isaurani nteke ile biro gwa globally advocate on behalf of others to kuingia kwa nora ngo kwa jani nteke go keti cultural intervention, our so in community development ke culture da ya to ko sabab ko culture da tana da culture da ne voluntary and community service. Yeah, yeah, so it's about yani the way you learn many of you can okay. On those 2 points, this is what I can say. And how the take their stage. Thank you.
Let me interrupt you a little bit. Akwai yani jam lu ke la ke dami ke de akwai na network na na kwa de background ke de ke ba lo with let me in be lu log out ku ja ba ventane on this regular beno lo na chen ke akin ba yo WhatsApp group chan ngan ba ngan ku ben goro la clear yani in well related lakin jam ke lo ngam ke de wala de audio ka konta chike yan bluetooth chike connected telephone we be men ma we be tiyo yen nga ko nganan ka ko wel titi ran ba chol ka yo ke lol ko we ti talking nganan talking jam jang lol in ba pola chan in chit ki taw kiri yonka ke chibwa jal yen nga let me just try to open your mic. See. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Ustaz Maik. The first again, and good evening to you and also to our viewers. Key points Gemok about them today. Ruweng youth participations in community development and empowerment, with our participations in politics at our local levels in Ruweng or at national level, and our impact as youth if we participate or not participate in both community development and politics. These key points are very important. Kwapia the pay book damage ko sabam du ruweng. Just to go to the point direct because time is limited. Youth participation in community development is very important. Kutunta yogen community chili will develop without youth participating in the development of the community. If you look at the RRCs agreement one Paika in 2018 by the warring parties in South Sudan, kuja the government, 70% of the populations a youth, whether in the refugees camp, in the IDPs camp, or in South Sudan, across the 10 states and 3 administrative areas. 70% of the populations is below the age of 30. So if 70% of the population of the country is not participating in the development, that means there is no development. So youth, they are very important to participate in both community development, yeah, politics. Now the question is, how do we participate? Agokul we participate, we are supposed to be organized, koye youth. Our organizations, a job individual level, kiye youth, kujelo kije youth jemana muben. At individual level, you need to develop yourself personally, kiye ran, kutagnom, engo and be a participation do, le community do, Chinja youth. So the way we can participate is very different. Adegran Libya interested in joining politics. Kwaderan Libya interested in providing social services with the civil society organizations in terms of advocates or in terms of service delivery. Chitkilo Nyan Kaida quite in Kony. This is how development is started. But we cannot do this if we are not organized. The more important things a umbrella but a youth bito in place. For example, Ruweng or Chinim Youth Union body that is existing. Could this youth union body a delegate from different background, from political organizations, kuja civil society organizations. These delegates, they come together under the umbrella of the youth. So it will be now up to the youth in questions, who is a member of the youth unions, to take side in political organizations or to take a civil society organizations part. For example, we have seen recently at the projects chi donors chi buy through US8 youth empowerment program. Could this youth empowerment program achi could do yok unless choga organize like be there trainings, entrepreneurship training below provided to the youth, and there is a fund for youth for you to start an enterprise. This enterprise to loy okay koye youth, we can employ people, we can have our economy, we can be independent at our own. This whether a business do the Chelui tribes, kin yik, this is part of the development of the community. A CVOs, when a community-based organization in Chelui form chicken Nyankai, you get fund from this. But if you are not organized, how do we access this fund? Go youth. This is the question. So this is one of the aspects and the areas that, like agricultural fund, that is there. How do we get it? Because you then support BLO. Also, if you look at the RSS LUL youth should be considered in decision-making process at all level of governance in the country, at national level and at the state administrative area levels. In this way, Koya youth, we have our right, if you are interested in politics, to join an organized political party. And when you join an organized political party, either SPLM, ANC, any other political parties, Toki, within the country that are legally registered, based on your activities in your political party, you can be selected to represent your political party in a portfolio of the government based on the merits and your activities in the party. But if we don't organize and join the political parties, how do we participate in the politics? So we need to join political parties, Koye Youth, an organized political party. If you look at Youth Ruweng now, most of us, Ekito and the individuals, leaders, Kujalo on WhatsApp group, or you go on Facebook, this is not an organized politics. And this is not the right way for us to participate at the youth. We need to organize the Indian SPLM, join the SPLM, do your political party activities. Based on your activities, with your commitment, the party will delegate you to any position. For example, one Kwenya Kumadu Ruweng agreement youth ministry, Minister of Youth and Sports, become youth. Good enough, we have seen Honorable Sarah Akwad, a youth, while we appointed one Minister of Youth and Sport. This is a right way that we should participate ko youth. Kupal kunon bioga Louis group with individuals, then led to whether mat ko anunte to CSA. Like this, okchi by chukule book chok. Ku okche rom book jam book adal by book queen ngega jo nyu long den tawanti ku jam ku queen ku wonte to winam. But we don't come and consolidate our efforts. Ale book the charity organizations ko ye shabab ku contribute. Ale book nimde one voice for us to be employed. Ada a lot of, like for example, oil companies, kuja humanitarian organizations, Luiki Bayane, do the Ministry of Labor of Ruweng have a statistics of Koikadi Kiglui when they are member the youth, because this is part of the protections. We are paying taxes to the government, and these taxes goes for the development. This is a short social contract, and if we are not given these opportunities, how do we participate in the development? Because if I'm working, I'll buy you buy. Hamam, parent, this is part of the development. But if I'm not working, how do I do this? I have an idea, a business idea. If I don't have a startup capital, how do I make that idea to be reality? Unless but I should get employed, and then from the employment I start whatever I wanted to start. If we want to help, we can help through joining hand our network Koyo youth, then contribute the little we have if we are working. But if we are not working, where do we get our contributions and development and participations in development of the community and also in the youth? Can I end the biggest questions? Maybe take them maybe log jamale. Also, it's good to put some recommendations. It is very important for youth for us to organize ourselves. Be there, youth body want a non-partisan that bring us all together, regardless of our political parties. Go amanim ko yemit Ruweng, ko ninde kichibene ko wijo contribution da ko ye away wood, then we contribute, whether in terms of money, whether in terms of volunteerism. We just book loy auction, kalok loy. But chinen kere buy together, then this thing cannot happen. We will participate in development and also in the politics.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And very strategic. Yok chike tout and we chit ku you ke. Ayok luol a chika very important chike for out. You know, yani long duna la ko use yatawraka. Ku opportunity ja talke. Lakin it has to be a legitimate body that has to be formed. I can make a chit streamline into that body. Lakin ngaga tawti ai youth kala chade but lake bela ram credential community forums. If you see the word community, mana ga use yana use the thing ku jolang abene chira liutin tan. Lake tonga jola ram la in cheto la ka use in cheto la community in cheto la ten. But I can catch all youth I mean I can credential youth forum aliu. I can grant jo jala ten gule ka kwan ki. Lakin ko ek ram community forum izato. Kuja kotian je ko mo mu nya mekla yan mu ni keyboard ten a che angwan mu ni dan mu ran dan akene ke yi ku don wel in ban lol. I'm very proud of you aki yong na ki ko jine ba jal to so in ba leb queen bro leb ga kin ting so think that work da ngor ke de mekla akwa jin ba leb da ke de sam na non de to be yan so do bi pya ain chuk yo ting lol en nga in che ja ting adik ke ganu na ting wan manin che jo ting go okay aki go ahead kai ban ya oh hold on let me unmute you. Unmute yourself. I think in your mute. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I hope and clear now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appear to pay a good time. Kubuka venue together. Like I said before, in fact, let me say a house of at least in the bank of ideas that we need to bring together the youth. Keto, I will not take time to beat around, but I'll just straight to the point. The right thing is like Keto to know is like they will all be going through the same trend. But then otherwise, sometime we will compare somewhere. And one thing I would also like to put across is that I'm sorry that I didn't get well my sister Akwach and Luol at the same time. Excuse my internet was not that promising. It was not that very sufficient. So that's why you would see me going out and coming back. And maybe the next point, Mr. Badin, that Bukadam will be okay through takeaway notes, which will be shared later. I think so, if I'm not mistaken. The question is like how we engage ourselves in community. You know, it's a question that sometimes if we don't take it seriously, I want to say that there are so many ways that we can get to the community because we are now the change agents. We have that energy. We have that power to change the community because, like I put direct from Brother World 70% from the acts, which said that 70% our age bracket, which indeed this age bracket, how do we come to bring them together? How do they agree on one point? Because in where I'm working in, because it's like community itself, it's not supposed to be away from the youth because youth are part of the community. Elders are part of the community. And to bring it in, we are the youth, since we are the, agent of change. How do we make ourselves to be more vocal? By organizing ourselves, sometimes the formal ways of organizing is now becoming commercialized. It has been done differently. So how do we make it? Like, for example, traditional way of doing things is supposed when book on embrace creative rich comedy can go the ben and writing. Because the men that we come out from that traditional methodology to contemporary one, then a baby and piatino ko youth ko buru organize. A chanen kabdalog mantina jeki ko mostly then kabdalog and our boys ku during the development platform. Catching ke to big a painting. Ogman all suffer from this disease. We are the very people who are also suffering from not going to actually attending formal education. Or at the same time, we are the ones suffering because now, since we are now the powerhouse, and we don't want this thing to be by log loy, tiran by log benchen. So, book loy, kia yoga pay, and non be youth being law involved in anything to do with decision making, especially particularly with the development. And I appreciate some of the counties within Ruweng, which I did not go through most of the CDC's counties, but from where I hail from, which is Jau County, at least, let me say, the 70%, which mean out of the 8, many of them were youth. Because the development we back development back there is tomorrow. Because now to game again, quite it. Development find is good that they will mind about us. But we have to mind most because we locked in that arena. We'll be in the same field. Actually, I work for youth. We here to know that. Let us involve in this institution and let forget our differences because in this institution, cannot all of us we are going for incentive. We go for that channel in Bugla like in forgetting that the idea is form. So our involvement now in the community involvement very crucial. Kwadit book tawale. To mark my point on this, it book tawale. Non during prioritization, Keladin Bugato, Chana Boku pressing issues to youth, Bukaga will in that platform. Because otherwise, to look bare well okay jam during prioritization with the community development prioritization che loyen chugu jamo then ma chira ambe boys have been well big kwa chira ambe pressing issues kon da lo chira ambe keglwel. That is at the perspective with development. Youth involvement in development actually a bit the pay. The pay. Or we can narrowly take it. Ki non bong nim the association, ki non when the bong nim the to win the boys the alwil. But let us cascade it down to the grassroots at the boomer level, because the youth that we are talking on the behalf now, actually quite in the town like us, some of them are in the village. So how do we make them involved in that development? Like calling them to new community, they should not fear. Actually, we get in rinky chelo. So the community let them be part of it, regardless of the sect. I mean, some of us now okay, near they don't attend those meetings, but the children will attend those meetings. And boys then well. I can winter we book jot tamamen from here. Bulo take away that at the grassroots level, whereby majority of us, particularly Ruweng, most of us are not in the town because we talk by quite on the boomer can whereby we book a lawyer capacitate being ride into no hack into no kuninga kichibe nyal kichibi ya geta bana day whereby people are taking now okay kasu se joleno ko jinga, which is not the case. Akene I would book by big on that. Whatever we discuss at this level might be cascade down direct to the grassroots level. Big a job, I got that politics thing. Big participation. One of the
go ahead.
things that I can buy.
Go ahead, young Akiri young. Akili Frost.
Ayok and clear long way, but
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think okay. I thought we be there and don't wait because what scenario that happened to me, I thought we be there and do it in Tani. Because then it's Jalun there, Bella Benchen, Kilorot, Kenon Boy paying them no. Because we call youth now, we have to take that, and that community can take that, I check in the cock. The way Bogan Yaitin, Kenon Boror Gam, like I believe one of the speakers talk about it. Gam. You should not just say that, okay, maybe I can say, that's not the case. No, we have to understand that to the leadership, this is Randa, but then behind it, because for us to own the community, because community ownership, actually, on that point, strategically, non-bender capacity building programs because the capacity building program because we have to make sure that especially these counties that are having access, like let's say Jam and then have access to vocational trainings road now. This vocational training we have to make sure that our youth are much involved. Actually, be a refugees community because then catching big lawyer. So when we give them that chance to engage them in that community in such a vocational training then beside again another strategic way is to do that. We look at the networking or youth. What can you do better? What can we do better? Because now development actually it cannot just come like a freely workman. In fact, it's supposed something that need to be initiated. Below initiated cave they have to come down to what we call SACCO. They can make an organization, they can even contribute the money within the youth, and then they see a gap within the community. That developmental gaps that is part of the community contribution. Though they check privatize later, then that level of education enhance can go on well. ke we book town ni pay in what we call decision making participatory elazim wo ko de chugbi aliu from national level to state level, and again direct we cascade down to Buma level. Okay, you the book China thing. Book participate. Thank you very much. I may not want to take more time because I think I'm out of time because we have other speakers, commentators, we have to give that space. We will still have to do some wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kiri Young Naki, for your contribution. After then, we'll straight away to Gumanjok, who book your dog to the Dakwan.
Thank you, Mayek, and thank you, colleagues. Kochi jamu chakalej, and loka kwen comments belong the participant to be. Where I think my interest will pick up, and some of them are very genuine. I think is important. They maunta chane lue la wala jamdan kene ke jam brainstorming. Lanu kena brainstorming kingo ade ka dal koch shigjo ni mum. Kushabab okike ibe ni yi politics loirot pi Junubu Sudan ama loirot pi Ruweng kujola our own roles and responsibilities. Kayo ka chiran ku kene rinti loy. Akachugule bung manom shabab ben lanu ko lendo pani jieng e wakwade. Angi ki londen angi ki ti chiwo ke chike jot bai kwa ke la tu engone rot ko. A wiki tiet wa wiki dek wa wiki nyuet. Kene ben ke ko tira kanga ge yen loy. Nam liab dia go ka to ko re Madina ko ma wo ko to pi madun ko to ko tin. Ena chi ka jwe ena chi ka rot ping. Tilogya development community. Ache jogo pat aye jogo initiative chiran biennial. And the best example deka keke initiative da kwat one chen biennial ke charity organization then len kwat len ke kwan bai e development ne kana e keno wan ku konyi yene na kwat lu expanded bijal min war ku be ka kog loy wonta be war wo ka yok ka de development le biting ka le bugle lakin akwai ka yok achinom support dida goga ke gun ke tin to ke ye na ma ke den je ko nen tin te gena chenen loy kwa chu ne ara ya bi pe giten ke role da achanen bokwan te den trega ke dalo wek shabab de Ruweng o kironiar o ke organize ke tong ne kadalo ga pay lanu kiri ke wanta ki loyele ngen ngake ne loy aye jam mo gutene de koy kok ci wi big things are lan ke gu ngen ya ki gu gum gu lol kwa kwa ke ge oriet television nyin ku janga ci nyinda tin lakini ya ngode lim ya koy ko big nyin be to ne ke granga ne le ku to ko ku jal pi WhatsApp ku be ku ben be ku rod be na tingu be ku jam ogo kema na zamin ke chogo ya manazamin ayu na association ci loy area wa che ke di shabab rod ade ka ko community manugo de dal panaru wala lor fi Juba wala ke da Ruweng manu ko Ruweng ran chol ko that wabiria lano association kuan communities wanto ashiga collapse aketung nai ko jmane ke wan chol PYA kujola ke de ko ke ka biem no mungkin ade kinim shabab kaman ade kinim youth association ena nai ko kwa chila nek anen chi endam gela bene yezen inge kulo kuta dan wan tin steering committees ku mungkin 30 tini ke ko kana chi our roles and responsibilities ko ye shababa chi ke reflect lanu timo go nim ku den tar ke yen an association kene timo go nim ku den tar go jaku ya chambu la no dan to ka wonta chi luo la I think I mention wala ya kiru wanan chi number ko lui ji man to ko tene oga diak og lui pi mana zamat pa che oga diak okay just like 1/70 or 1/100 mit joy ki panaru ama mit joy ka lora to ki pi mana zamat te den manazam ama piang de rode kam ko og la book the association ko lui pi mana zamat ke shabab most of us okay young ale biya ko no oga ko chin juar kuno de ke dal bay madares ke chen den bay wonta chini madares ale bu ko den ko ci koy mom pe ñu wéri ku ni na danga kala bu ko wano bu ci ke wan cha mo ci ra bu ka ci ko pour que ko ci ko go jam ku de ku nim sandu kala bi de te tin loy ku ken ga lakin yi ko ke nazam da riyo ko ma ki chogu yi mat ke lack of support in bay ma yig den kir a lack of support ngo akuma da bay achi kai ke shabab in most cases, and I have to be on record. Achi kai ki wo ne again ne ka de kaunte e rolo individual youth lande nim ka ken won kwen gi ke pay. Lakin ale bu wo ga kwen nga kitak e ngo wi bag loy. Jama itiuk to achina ne nyu man ga yogan ka ma de na ne kwen na tende man ga ke well ayogo dilje in the background. Okay, weden ni chiko nyini ting. You go kenyu gumerku. Kwa ki jogo emergency. Oh, okay, page I don't know where. Aja kwena video luwa di jam jadwit in pi WhatsApp, wachira nyu. Okay nyu. Lakini tayo ba kuonim. Bida awareness. Elwe wo. Buk ba lu interact kwa maj bai. Be ku jam ko dit. Nete again naka yok naka de tin chiro loy. Kedero participation da siasa ko shabab. Yes, people by age kege ye young atoki. But what they're doing is more or less of quite dizado. Lan what you getting impact then onong nim shabe parliament in the Council of States of the nim youth in the right government atoki. But the last time they contact youth bodies or youth representatives or whatever organization the youth, so what is the impact? Occupying our seats and they're not organizing us, they're not even supporting us. So representation represented, a number of them, including ministers of Ruweng, some of them like youth. Given our CA, I don't think Chigwalu cross over. Again, more within the limit. When ministers, some of them get very young. So the Chika get Louis Wo. Bible odi. Kwatamku, Koi Shabamtine, in Kagin Tinga de Magata, in the associations. While Louis issues toward counties, a Louis address. Trial, but they need support. The Chi commissioners, the Chi Court Association, the counties, for example, the Chi Ruweng government, the Chi Youth Union, who represent at the national level, then the catching support. For lack of that support, and Oben Jolly road band view. You think? Lano kilo oga chodrot amane I did tension, and I have to be very clear here. Tension I did ogi. Lano to get ngagi ne gwe. Gwa kenga gene to jen. Lakin jaki woking na lebran en yo toy ka yengoyan ti jan tiejene ka jangola loy kwande nam direct access o go banki and nam direct access o ga iran un te le ban jamu yini man do ni ma yi denkir and she lebe toji na ma yin she lebe and toy kila loy nam lanu in the nam way of talking to people, government or political organizations talk. Why work you the Ruweng abangor ke lwelele ke my recommendation association kuanto ga kedi dugu ke nak lan wo ke change agents when ga when chi wan ma da kilwel. Okay, critical thinkers, let us participate honestly and faithfully, kitchen bad intentions behind our participation. Association kuanto luiku ke support a chan biga exist ekene abu kyole chi wiye the role of Martin ku ke recommendation luwai le wo ben ke non te boga lui advocacy da boga na lo in a very generous way ku ke very clean and honest way. If we take side in politics, for example, then we will not always be supported. We have to be very neutral. Kumar kuochin, kuja kuya lega kuma tokuro kudiaga deki. Nengde keduanta uki konyo. Lakini kijo road gwir, kekachilo biro leo. Lanu already, ade believe a yellow youth achi divided. Okay, take a quite call. If you go take a quite call, manatu kekachio budab lewa chan book in mat. Man buku bija koi ku ko da ku dar ku rot pin tek big ben o ko ti ran ngejen ku fini haya ke de baye lo ku ben che ke de ran to so ya attack 70% wonte chilwel in the peace agreement actually estimated figures ke facts and youth in South Sudan and in Ruweng administrative area, our numbers are good. But our actions are very little. Most of it is negative. It's not progressive at all. So man du kuro tienda ku lui kuro raja u kene sababu ko oge e forum kene achan bu benjam. Lui kuro raja u kede. E oge muskila de kunta chinyan kai chi got chatting on the screen. Nyante munta ene lui youth kene problem by itself. E oge muskila kunenge oge muskila ku bu loy ubi. So up at book jam. Let's open more talks. Let's talk. Let's dialogue. Let's engage. Whether Luiku agree or Luiku disagree, we will still arrive at a certain point. And there will be a way forward. Kukathon, Koikuan might buy, because you, regardless of our political opinion, Lanu, we cannot support one system. And we have political parties, okay? A party to support. But party da ke lazim biya Ruweng. Party da ke interest the Ruweng. Party da ke living condition to koi Ruweng thin can suppose and boga jam about it. Na chi koi law ko je chi ebe kwezi koi kila tu o ka buke la page. Kabelu wadi. What do we do? Kwa ke du kuro chenda. Ache gunran chen kwena kena achiri akuma chen in the bad faith. Tegena de ke lege. So we support Wakoika Kuma Bakoji Shabab at all levels. Na Shabam no Magata. Kumafas de Magata gonna kelazim biluko parade kegie. Na kede payam, Kumafa de payam kelazim biluko parade kege Shabam no payam. Na kede state wala area ke lazim ba kuma da Ruweng bi koy ke shabab at that level. Na association kwanto pi madun like yi juba kakuma kamane lazim bi koy ke go ago there coordination ago ku kubuga lo gi shibia kwena ake organization dangek kuwego shabab palku non chok men ogro de ku ku ko achin ke men gro da tin hanu ngaga ridot pe nyiri de ku ngaga lo kake du ku rot chen ku mar ku chin kwe ku long tok e ku lwe kwena yok ena bi panda na bena taranbe kwena bok ke wiku ena bogen yok ongor ko kigwa independent state ke jarat ko ta tuenga ke kuna chu e yin made daman ngaga be ala ke de dinde ngaga be ala jamo ta gen nge che ogu tie jena chan bu ben bi bera la kwena ke yinga ke ga kere kere o ka pegla lakini ugi ogen adem na ke kene lui ku proposals ko ku ke organize adi gemu ke ga kuma na de funding bi loy ko loyki then we will be on the same track regardless of our differences kayo an be ko jiten ba ko bot lakin Ruweng en ke party da twel ko nyin ilo lewo twel ko nyin itanto bay wok chakele.
Thank you very much, Gun Manja, for your contribution. Very comprehensive. Quite the background. In Pingan actually in open very clear. Lakin kubuglo kigane, balo kigane. Na de three ga unta labin bin and yob WhatsApp. Shan buto do bi la ngadang studio ke very clear ki yoban yorban dokian baden. Yoban ngadang WhatsApp phone. Abalo is speaker. Na ye phone kene lo use kin lo log up. Yoban chan be to do be la kren because we book ping ade. Yen apiat work you can lay quite chabam members to use depending on tin most of the local would come measure enga kayoke jump at the pay did go ukapiat baga ben a chan go back chabab ben a yamana quite talk on the way a chan book book ben ping ke ba tin yin enga gadamana diga mikla ran ke gidit ki kon ping e chat the kren yen dere ukache tingo man chak ben ne man wo chak ngi yira lan you can even look at the face of somebody who ngi ke ke wala la na ko ko ki hello yes jam about the youth program council chu ke ba nya lekin they know it on the background jo tiana ma the chan bin ping rol yeah go ahead.
Okay, my background is kind of noisy, but I hope you are getting me a bit clearly.
Yeah.
So, Balo add on the topic of youth participation in community development or empowerment, or also in politics, and on young individuals develop a deeper connection to their community and its well-being when involved in decision making. Decision making then by organizations companies communities so I think when the youth bigger the bigger part of decision making. The impacts of youth being a part of community development or part of politics, it encourages the youth to advocate more and also bring social change to the society. Advocacy attack in so many ways. Who love the youth. Not all of us can speak up. There's an confidence area. They cannot like face some people really engage in maybe for some of their other reasons. But then koi ranenunte or ran a very confident of him or herself. Ulweleni lui advocate on behalf of the other youth or behalf the by ketana yuga gigaja duty. Kutenga unte wikelo biro care by rolo command. Another impact is youth engagement on social innovation. Okay, Shababa, Chico ni mat rana benten ubi kagatin then rana benten developing new idea, developing new skill, developing new method, developing new formula like a strategy to maybe a solution to solve some of your problems or how you can even tackle some of your new ideas and also how you can make some changes in your daily life towards the community or even to your own self. Also, another impact is capacity building. Shabab tijenna madbana ke bende capacity building. Taban men rana che dies ke yeki tajni. Det tinun te da kudu ina lebula yoktu de man kui pe lebula bengi de wala lebiti wala lebi legin zado koten kai la open then that way your capacity builds the more you interact with a number of youth. We have cultural preservation or and diversity. Chi ongi mat ko yu bipan mana chi culture si kengi mat culture de jeng culture de nwe culture de shulu culture de no keten culture da kete mache pa ko ni generation to come then pan ki yu ga len ke loya so kranga che pa we are diverse mane like a big ballot culture digitally quite like a good example is mane kinisa de pari and de lord and actually a big Sunday school like chong. So those are some of the impacts on in youth participation in community development politics. Some of the very tough challenges we face for youth in Ruweng with the open participation community development or politics. Number one, as my brother Luol said, we're very disorganized. Disorganized. It's not that we don't have organizations or associations. Lakini wajage disorganized ngayo ga chati ten ngaga chati ten ngaga lwel kede ten ngaga lwel kede ten lakini that you can point maybe it's still on you or maybe in a forum new WhatsApp groups or forums kide lwel ke ben chitu you can even see like maybe these people are doing one thing lakini you will quite be then in real life achin gire chon maten ngaga ibak achira ne kon mategran Utilweli and go a big root together, can look at when chopping, and one day in Michigan chopping. Quite very disorganized, then we are also disunited. Achiran, them at getting you. Nake road from Yalton to Pete, no miskila, doom Naga, you would Yalton, will be an man, will be in Naga, so yen until someone away and come on. We also have envy and hatred. TLI Peter Payka, Megula Pansu, Panda use the ruins. Team what thing take a team on achievement in one to you, well, Chilla Kilanum Kidam, in a woman, or by the group and meet him to send motivation and you. Actually, in the law and push all you receive negative talks every day. There are negative encounters from people. Go lag, go low, you go get in open. Man, man, they're quite Korean. She can run, man, because the Ben Louis, the way. I think for a God run now. So, you like empty the I did come that way. With the belly and I got to go with that bay, rule by. Who can GTL Polkin Mulama, Mato against and then they got the rule. As you buy, I never get alcohol. ade ko je si mane madagate ekriya ko je la o you to me ade ko je man tenda ne kira ne anu patan ke weji yin bi yin chako bi zabe njo ben jo wal memory ai ke bin jo la ba na ade ko je ni kra nyo ke cha den to achin chuwar ade ko je ni chi ko wala chi ke da yo ko ade ko ka ke ja dal ko ko pe ude nyo ke man ko lai tiel nyo ke na sai ko ba ko ke ka okay no. Another thing is that most of our youth, in fact, majority, they are politically charged. Well, in decision, majority of the youth in being every yana nerana, but yana nerana. So you, again, you could your tapping. Well, it didn't know that in your wide instead of us picking up, you get around that or and want to go. Whenever you are saying the truth, because you know if you speak the truth, around one day Indian go who take them. Maybe that was your source of maybe survival or take them the good one you will benefit and popular. We also have greed. Yani pure we people yogera and ko chike pure and think about in a you in a pure meal conte chikura kupizari when they punish every day. Like now, only you majority of the youth for the quick rights can liberal youth, but in quick right the youth couldn't quick right the right community, couldn't quick get a government exactly. So in the view you the look like lead community nam quick even take it up woman if la bunny. Then the mushakil by a room no work limit on it and we know our right. We stay in our rights to coach we mess in other institutions rights. We have misuse of media. It's so disappointing that especially when I do see that Rwanda and leading. Let me say here in South Sudan, when it comes to misuse of social media, especially Facebook and WhatsApp, until we interact over different youth from different communities, and I also interact with them live, also like on social media. We're getting like maybe let me say for instance, fellow youth from Lake, Barakazal and side of Unity. I think I go to like engage negatively, like the way we are going with the Ruweng. Then get to low by a man taking the dental depend. Then taking the okay pay, or they got in enough. Those negative things, but if you go on media, you go for roll a lot, to go get in, the extent even if I roll a job. Personality, some things that are too confidential, then we get la so we should avoid that as youth because we never know what the future holds. Some of the things that we write right now, people can go use again as that in future. So you never know that can get it in million. Well, men that well around again. So I think they manipulate their right garment. So let's say maybe potential to feel like grow exposed on social media. We men run and then see what them well run get run nature with recording that you know anything else a lot one. Okay, one of the biggest problems that is facing us or challenge even me sometimes and the like in the like that when you the ministry is put down, the ministry, I think below, especially the Ministry of Youth, Culture, Information, with their agenda. Ministry give the
Tidano quite Tidana talk that around Tijinden. We bring the gag the dagger, ran Jamton K, Kaquine me young mean at all on the screen at 10. The kina de problem Kaga, Kagan and Kagan network to Tia Kajama audio. So on the channel inviting a part of the youth members. Go ahead, Apache.
Ministry, the Youth, Culture, Information, the Ministry of Gender, they are down. This the two ministries, they're supposed to figure out their Bishop. to then be the youth knowing. I think that's supposed to be youth actual. We're going youth, we have this, let's do this activity, let's do this nature gap volunteering. And if we get one to team for youth, or for youth of La Few, or for youth of Loicanet, or for youth of Yoga Farm, or for youth of Loicanet. I think we'll be cultures yet then by their cultural days, culture and Dujai. Like in the ministry is too down. The ministry is too down when the ministry claim me meeting get any law, so even a youth collecting me match and a farthing. While ministry active, you the chicken active and you find Kajakijoto in between. Already you then get ministry and then on fiscal activity and who like in the following ministry, you then organize them with the all care, watching the people with you then man, not who you into the and so all these things that seem to Queen so these are some of the challenges that I see. Louis UK, Ruweng affect. And yani I can get you like majority of us nowadays we have access to education and we are civilized. There would learn some changes we became or some of the challenges we became erase at home. But the problem is that you find majority of the people who are even civilized or who have gained good education, they are the same people who power these challenges. Rise every day, and that one is not good. So what I would like to urge my fellow youth is, let's have a straight direction of where we are heading to. But when to get youth direction everyone has a decision. And one of the things that I saw recently, and Chan and your team of Louis King is used, Louis King is lit, and this one will haunt us in our future. Eko recent law by Chibe and I'm very certain like youth get a law in, I can quite pay. And why should we allow ourselves to be maybe it's people with some of their intentions, maybe politicians or some other institutions but you as a youth man there are what like any okay, maybe then get one again in exchange of doing that thing. About in 1 day or 2 to 3 days, and you will remain like that. But the curses that you will you are collecting from people. Must immediately and as a youth, Sandin Jochen at age of like 20s, that is 10 So I'm urging us all like book our focus, we have one direction. We have that heart of like developing our home. And I can say like no you know ruin no and get but who took nom get no matter but the jet open I can do that get on to aware better than that by thank you.
Adiga pay did a go a quajin chugle very comprehensive. Now be and you're talking about your more kid dog or the Nanga studio, you are looking to do an action maker. Kuna chibe there could value but then in what your vela dog and Queen Below studio, yen in Chalaja pay did a go very comprehensive. Cabro Loike didn't see anything about talk about buying roll by full and I could be seven. Break in a Yena pia da welcome back ayoga chablo pai okidagre ko ki pia me de jam chi chia kwa mi ben mi jang min chen jam ke pia den na chan berol be ping ro la di pen ga jrol ben ke clear kan the program then talk thin which is actually activity that are supposed to be done by youth kwa yen kan in chugle ja kwa ni jam non chin jam chia very clear yen nga so akibolo ka yoga de very important for an loy ngaran ki loy for an out ka yoga chudil jami wan en na chabab en chod yo loin pin en ku je ko jale nyopin ki yor kon loy tiam ganga juari en ku ti ayo pyo kai ma yig ten kai ran wen we a che ka pe ke chabam tin da bai ke loy ki chir kana chi che ke nge en ku ke en lew man ke ki chir ko won ta cha loy kwa chi ko loy la og de organized body kunga ke chade okay na joka got a deal the joka jam on a social platform chike glow form yan people talk as even though they are doing one thing kuka chike talk loy ku use ya chote ko the ben politician ko wan ogde kede ni chol PYA Panaru Youth Association panichal kakuma ko panaru particular che Ruweng ben ke luyo ye ke lo ken ade man panaru enga man ngunu dia man e chasa rafai he ko ade community de pana era an ngenya pa chibala pya ke turken enga go turken ga gorbing ku duiki ata big yang nam to ku jajar ke le living go la ku le lui far away ku panaru ke chitaw ke the youth association at that time on go ku joting there go le yen ku pro loy youth of loy gajang na wol ga tawdan community de ngan wona PIA e ben loy wona panaru youth association ku jola let ne bang mi jang men won nyan tin jam ne ke lu inform chen nga ki chu bana lo ke krele fairan ran kwan ke ma yola chil ke manun ko ke tawra ka yan ba chu ban transform bi dig mikla ayi tong tin ben wala ke ku dropping ke yan o ye lu tok chaga piu pa ke we de lakin wan yo ban use one ta chi ba yo ban bi ba chi ba country ke use one legitimate whether they are resources that live streamline into the organization cho ri ni man nga ga yo jang tag nga ko a chir ki chief administrator bi nyai kle yen ran family kana ji jot ke chiran unen ji jot ke cher gud ban ji chop ya na chot yo tie de ban kurizo ne use yo e ko yo lo school je chang ji man me ke man ye tawr ka kayo mum nim yi andaran chia confused whether I'm a youth or yango a chang ji na ko ye tawr ka abug yo ting na do don bagen ni mala kutin in lo ku jam gi ka ki youth ku chi wo kyopta e ma ku mer ka kunu ku lo pin ni kan lakin youth man tin ke jog from 18 up to 24 ene legitimate nga age ki beta youth lakin a chi so Sudan chi jog wan ka lo certified yan nga atek den bu ga la ko durun ko pin no bu ga la ben yen ga lo kikna luol in me ben an chi bi chol jam run ko chu ke dai do pin te ko ki ngor ko diop sin kwa bu ke nyok du pin e kla ne taw kan in gun ma job bu ke nyok do pin en nga a chan bu kin la do pin na to ten ko be o dag ki didi ayen in ban luol ma pol ko be lo jam let me open your mic, or you can open it by yourself because you mute yourself. Yeah.
Okay, thank you once again, Usas Mayik, for the second time chance that you have given me. Kagbit, achi my colleagues, achi Queen, about participations, the youth in politics and in community development. So we want to go to the basic definitions of our community development. It starts with social cohesion, which are social and economic development. So this thing, how do we do them? A weak contribution that over there. Kuchitu wunta jalwelen kuga 70% of the populations at on the age of youth. So engagement that we have to start now, but not later. Bugi mat ko shabab kutinku, we shouldn't be deceived by the praises being sung by our leaders or our elders. Kulele youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Yes, of course, we are leaders of tomorrow, but we are partners of today. Our partnership is that if you want to implement any program, achilong being la yokoy kokpay kay shabab in below use key government or key community. So ten shabab and below youth, how do you use this population of youth that is available to get work done? Number one, Awijo Buglo back on education. And we know most of our people, uh, education to ko nyina pay. One of the major challenge to Ruweng of Chinim Higher Institute of Learning. You just finish from Pariang A, that's the end of the story. You finish from Soba Secondary School, that is the end of the story. You finish from Mandela Secondary School, that is the end of the story. These are some of the schools talk within the camp. And thank God that the refugee communities, which UNHCR is allowing our people big freely, big this education law access. So Awuja Kuma, Binam Tak, be there some institute look at influence, because not everybody they know family Juba, because now the only places to high institutions ke Juba, which is the capital city, which are some key towns in the country, Chinon Torumbek, which are Wow, which are Malakal. Kwabore ten very difficult, very challenging given the volatile situation of our political situation in the country. So are we Ruweng government, which are elders, kuja coach ko anunta chickpea to influence some institutions, be their branches, Big Ben, Ago Shabab, Kabuloy Schooling. Be there some vocational schools, Bikeglo established. Ago Chishinto Secondary School, Quachin Way Lane Academic School, then you join vocational school, Ago nam the skill dogrit, skill poor, skill metallic work, kuja other skills the book acquired so that we develop our community. So government will be looking back on educating and providing a skill for youth very strongly so that they get youth to do the job for them. A one area, big government be job. Access to resources. Appeared be there youth fund below availed by the government. To this fund, be there clear modalities that this fund should be accessed by the youth. We are using the Chigrulo organized, be there clear project winter will be implement, whether agricultural project, well an enterprise project, which is a business idea will be glow. Then meeting the required standard ticket low set, I go there some way of making youth to generate income. Kupalku, in terms of politics, palku non bio oda lad, where lad group, you challenge people in a very constructive way within a political organization, then bin law in WhatsApp for example, Koito within the SPLM, a level in the SPLM house, the member of youth kujam very strongly, kulweli yen kito or direction as support book law wahid mentalata in a very constructive way. Chin below koi group kuchi personalities ko chike glad. Loy government criticize betri ka unta big again dedi activities ke loy ke question lekine che individual ke question yenga kakchir ka ke log loy back on them, and the only way le be youth participation bende impact lekin Locto Koyo Mim now, Koyo youth, Okche organize, even this politics, and we are leaders of tomorrow, and we don't practice leadership skills. As of now, a no in tow, I hit these skills, Bokegla yo. So, Emma's Bugurod Gam, or Ogapai, Chitkunta, Chiwan Mother Kitchen well, Bidegam Gam, the road Bugurod Gam. We are gifted differently. It's not necessarily Buga politicians, Lekin, Kichitkulo Yan Kaida Akwaje, a civil society organization or an advocacy on behalf of youth. Thing work was our Shabab Riada every domain in terms of youth activities. The kin activities, it was our Keglo fun, a Kaki youth man, a little completely, a chiki tow, Ruweng. He sport, he and a member of the sport of the name team, the Anatol 12 brothers. A lot of leagues or football activities equivalent organized. Equivalent fun or go up, members of teams who are responsible or supporting these teams. Lekin wazara, hachin budget, wazara buy big, we can be sport activities, big a fun or big a support. Okay, a role da kuma, and this brings us to a discussion or presentation that we are lacking support from our government. So kwade kanga jengwel kubile meton tikin odlo nyin tokin bichol ki mach. So this press awi bungi ji ko shabab take do ko code aya enough, and it will not benefit us. Awi yo bungi jodo ka pai kupal ko non kwenyo politician to kupal ko non tego go ke ko kumat ko iko shabab tinku engo en lebi kebo ko shabab non tine kujain in the future. So skills are very important because we invest on skill. One of example as you call Luiki Musa Fadi Ruweng Yida Jamjang Wale Parent a logical train Hakimu one of the vocational school a training center one of the NGOs laptop Ukoji PK in the numbers if tin ke kichabab Ukoji Kikalu Parent man Kukalu Musa Fadi. This is a contribution to youth in terms of social services. But if teaching them that small skills, how would they contribute in terms of health or in the health sector? Will contribute. So, the gaps in terms of skills that we have as a youth and as a community. The thing teachers talk in our schools now, from polybus. Quite they name some small skills, people who were trained by Window Trust, like 3-month teachers training a course I've seen across training some youth. Now, this is the skill. Like in the video school, you come back through these skills. So, was that a wiki bigly invest, especially for example, was our Terbia, be there teachers training programs, bigger by big. A go youth won't talk, for example, to senior 4, if they're taken through teachers training courses for 3 months, for 6 months, a big huge school, big community, big coach. This is part of youth participation. The same thing, Akima Yakub, I don't know, Ministry of Health, the last training graduations, the last batch Akima Yakuben graduated. I was present in the graduation. At that time, Honorable War, any Minister of Health in Ruweng, administrative in Ruweng State. So at that time, Rani a principal, the school they will advocate and help the government because funding then I thought with this training institute will transfer to Parian Hospital, then government should take it over because I will train. I think they graduated like 3 batches. These 3 batches, Louis Kim and all of them, I know them by names. Talk him say fat boy, I do on Togono, Kuyida, Kuya, Yen in Parian. In that process, I don't know, Nonomuchi Minister of Health, Ben Aloy, about this. That institute, I thought, till today is not working. What if Tengo and Kuluyan coach produced today? The health sector, actually do the shortage of people, non status, the health situations, the ruin now. Achinda gato, Kumusaifa, Koje Kuluitin mostly, actually, Duru be a medical doctor, and talk like in the nurse in the hospital ke services wunta we ko ke gala bi ko ke yo through these nurses loiki now a little bit facilities buildings talking like there are no people who are working in this hospital, so there is a serious gap in terms of the skills required for people to deliver. Quickly, I'm appealing to our government to take up that, especially service sectors of the government. Wazarat wunta luigi could security also a serious challenge le ruin. But how do you address it? Are we jakuma because pure chinon and then police pure currently that is a very good idea. Because and this is part of youth participation. This is our participation for youth because but being all a big by no defend. So can we invest on young people? Investment of Wakuma in young people is very low in Ruwen. The thing in run this challenge is low air or questioning the government on the lack of support. Thing run ran pay a yen york. Lakin ran be york to the chi boom chilegan because the panaka panda over there. Kurinti ene pyoto kede buy. Lakini kijo with support the coach did a go. So support coach did a go. A week coach because Louis strategize together. Ninde kunta chirung kage ngwet kalege ngwet kana irung kage yin. Kakirung kage ngwet rango coach dit. Kagwe kene kairung kage coach dit. That is whereby we will all participate. Lakin logan alwell kage kule yen and the one well and buy on ngek buy because ngek chi am ben low question. For example, in the leadership, the youth, Shabab, today injustice in the community, we can question the government. Lakin take what bira and she government we gonna low question, and this is what I'm seeing is common. Long da kuma dan Ruweng. For example, then youth association with a Loyola organization of youth Loyola, they interfere mostly from the leadership, especially politicians, senior government officials at county level or at the state level. Finger pointing on some individuals, they will stand the ground of youth, they influence with the interference. And that is the problem we have today. Youth in Ruweng, pen and Oluyan form. Because if there are some candidates that are seen that will questions and advocate for community, because youth associations or youth union, I think in budget and they're not taking over any responsibility from the government. But they are advocates. If then line when the Louis community and cross, they tell community that this is not your right. You should stop from here. These are the responsibilities of the government, the big government, a big law. If there is a way that government is falling short of providing services to the communities, this is the role of the youth to engage the government and pointing where the government has fallen short, well, government should proactively act on this and this and this and that. These are the rights of the communities. I suppose big government be law. Then the contributions the community members, then these community members should participate in this. For example, like long day education, are there parent teachers associations? Are there some projects talk human life. For example, the school feeding program, the Louis Martin Pass Louis Run, had a lot of challenges. Participations of the community members, very low. Kukene, are we koike educations? Kwa we go koye shabab? Kwa we go koye intellectuals? Kuja community members? Book parents, book educate on the responsibilities in terms of education. For example, in the schools, at the school gardens, Stokey, as supposed to be community members, big appeal to supplement the school feeding program, the school, at the trees, team chicken tom, fruit trees chicken tom in the school, a participation, the parents, as supposed to be big participate, wiki students, eke coin. They loan widget, a communal work widget in the school, big low cake. So that the funding and support of the school feeding will continue. But community is reluctant. Achieve go out government education scale weak because of the government. If there are agencies, organizations that are supporting to supplement the enrollment of the school of pupils in the schools in terms of providing feeding for school, with your long community, we should participate. For example, communities, big Louis volunteer, big Midala third schooling. Of course, this is a voluntary work. Achin wo dom third schooling, third schooling. But the contributions as a parent, big mid big contributions of the parents, big firewood, big collect, we can provide big to in the school. Contributions of the parents, be there cleanings or be there facilities, for example, children toy stores, children to Queen Eli School in a good conditions. So over there we need to advocate, inform our people as our role koye youth, ngone role the parents, long education, role of government, role mid together with the parent. So with these few remarks, we need to participate all of us collectively, and mostly youth. Most of the people in different countries, they can go on any participations, the communities. So very important for us to engage our communities, then create awareness. Big loy kuma loy loy ku ko ye shabab. If tomato go in all these partners Chakeglo mentions, community, kuja youth, kula hakuma, kayu pan, I think it depend on Lui and develop. It starts slowly, progress, because it cannot be on a silver plate kitchen contribution to low or sacrifice to low. Whether in terms of security, jamku, like for example now, policy look very difficult for people because you like what is our role? Youth they can Panama defense that option. So it's my responsibility, is your responsibility. Be jamu one mood. For example, ranche engage. For example, the project youth, particular schooling. These are the right people as supposed to be policy. Kagu by law protected. That is their contributions. Ranto school is Malaysia bigger. Blue contributes in his career or in his area of specialization. Let me have to change that. Lekin ran chito schooling. We see there is a problem along the management. Or beti the pet. Shabab or shik dabla to. There are a lot of challenges. So are we working to meet? Kuja shabab whether kai ken ngijen direction le ko tin buko ya jam hot bugro jam ogapai bijamo one mood instead be hayat kulo wood lokeke some politicians, because a monkey government of today or a monkey neck akume, for example, a monkey commissioner the jam today ke zaza hane aloy kuluyin youth is that's not the right way. It's supposed to be no youth ki yemet or ki shabab energy do chile bijo lo use non in card ko wo de keke well non in ko in a lot in the media. That is that is a very wrong way of using your energy. It's about energy that we use something that will benefit our people. And sometimes definitions of politics sometimes are confused. Again, conventional opinion, to improve politicians, these are the people who think on how to improve the living conditions of their people and provide services. In any real definitions of politics. Lekin ache non bi ko oda lat or lo fitna kam that is not politics. respect for our leaders a problem. This is a challenge. And one time I disagree with some people in the forum, and when I was asking for us to be respecting and approaching our leaders in a respectful way, Kilwele ngek is being used or ngek I watch. A lot in it no really. That's not true. Kwache non indra leg kunta legien in a very respectful manner we yig position there. For example, Chinonto Honorable His Excellency Chief ale bug legen chip kana chi lo le betri ka kunta bene dedi non kilwel ngek eyi legini chetri ka bog lo en gop ku let ku ke in our MPs who our participation in politics this time I strongly advocate because they are in politics and I always advocate for youth for people to join political organizations especially because now if you look at our MPs it's very dormant in the parliaments. I don't if I'm wrong some people will correct me later. I think motion to continue Ruweng parliamentarians will raise in the national parliament who discuss. Every day we follow this on the media, especially on Radio Mirai. I like listening to it. Like we never heard of our Ruweng MPs. We jump for the youth, the shabab, they quite cock. So we should not be speaking behind the scene or on WhatsApp or on Facebook. Let us join these political parties. Election about 2024. Let us contest for MP position at the state level and also at the national level. And we speak up for ourselves. Because the future to think so if we don't take actions, then it is going to be very difficult. Discussion very hot these days in WhatsApp regarding land encroachment, Lloyd in Ruweng. Our MPs are not speaking up. Parliament, the Ruweng is existing. We are going to 7 to 6 years. We don't have a written laws about Ruweng administrative area. How do we operate without a law guiding us on how we spend the funding? 3%. It must be there a long-term thing. How this thing is supposed to be spent. How people are supposed to be appointed. It's supposed to be big term. Terms and conditions of qualification and the requirements is supposed who can be appointed. It must be in place. Our parliament's ministry and keep accounting. Do we know how much budget the Ruweng is operating on? Finance specialized committee, Minister of Finance. Actually, ministry took always someone to the parliament who question, for example, health status Ruweng. The minister took always someone by the administrative parliament. I cannot follow it. Sittings, Chike Koloi, who can discuss challenges that are facing people, insecurity below address the challenges of water below address our population is scattered. This is the concern of the government. Parliament is supposed to be Jami. And I don't know the list of the MPs now on the youth represented in the parliament. In the current parliaments one, I don't think the youth talking in the parliaments that are represented. So this is one area we need to open our eyes as youth to join political parties and also join some positions in the government so that we can speak up. So ayok until pay who pay back both maybe chalo beyond 4 minutes. So I will give chance for the rest.
I think this is very important. Can we can chan kubaga ben chan back jam on behalf of youth. On the process they are highly welcome to Ruweng Global Media. I can kubik fad the untag chang yang pay. Big by all use national building. Can be ben. These are the background, the backbone of the society. Could use perspective with their voice. Sometimes incorporated into the local decision-making process. ta nyal bi bila nyal pet ka yogin jinu Sudan use the represent lakin maybe a resources kali tedi jinu we can use and the mine you get in overlook okay suppose they have to invest heavily in use program and use much in different get defend beje di defend kuton nyal beje di use tan nyal ya and kwa kege kwa yenta ya backbone of the country kwa mantina chukengi ku kene jalen jalga from the national level all the way down to the village and kan village mana chi aboma ku ka kan ke ben you what you can go to Ruweng be ga disappear by then ni tie du ke man they don't know yani live ko je yani laran ka die bet ku chi ko je ten ku jam ke den pe ka yo ka in chale ja fa di da go kwa jin chale jin chi tie ko chon je tan lakini chin mikla abke ba then the lane summary do lane and low on the audio yeah so akin ka yok an beduk te da kiri yong na ki ngeki our unity all what power you know our unity is very important the chan ku book yi mar ko kai Ruweng nga ki chan mi jam man mo da ba zo oge kan chai pin te ga ki tie gadot ke ku chai pin la ba den ka du la kan lo ye ke de kwen ben o wan yo ye mikla lo long dan the quite gingo ba lo tong fan ro chan ku de ye de ko gingo ko man a chik la gyang go ko to bloy ke ku ke use ne magad de kan kwa ngui ka de chen jo nyi kikla jo kwat ku jo nyi panu are le chan je la ben o ma sa ko la ro ba rom na non fana ru je pogo to ku je go to yi chen yen na ba grun jo ting kan ke grun kan o use kwa gyang je ting tan ane do ting ga jam la gyang je ting tan ka gyang de ka tin yen na ra ra nya ra ndi da ga ting kena we be provoke in such a way bila lo ko den pai na lagen de lagen trek le na ngin kan ka tek den la dung tin ka den pai pen bi la yo ka en nga ka pya bu ko ni mu na ngai ta pe nya dik ya na ba de ta na nen tin ta ka pya mu tu le kana ta wo chen wo use ya ta ra ga mana Ruweng ke lo ke yani access in won ta ke to access by air en nga kuna tem cho kana ken ka tek den ga chin te ko karen ga ji nyai ta tan yani we chi nyai cho ten ra ja la cái nhai ngi nhai long ti kwa nhai long so man Ruweng ja to ke chi yani sura de kira le yen sura Ruweng chin man mana ji mana tuong de ne to kan ngi kwa de kidan ta ko en yo gal pe ne so we ba very careful ba ge gudun ade ke chi uncle ba gun kir ba go le lon ya ti ku le no ne uncle aken da ko ko an jeren kwa ne ya to ga ta no ko je la wan ko ro ga ri en nga wan to ko yo ngwe de ra ne jo ti ku le la ken da ta no ma nge ka ngi ti de en nga ke ran ti la ri ne le la na ken da ye ku du kan wale long di ba che kren ngan lu we che ja wo chan bang mi la loy en nga o ki pe and we possess a lot of documents na ku bu ko en ga non ko ga non na taw na ku bi lo ya di ke me ba taw ki ke lo ma ne ke rum ka yoro urin tin je en lo man tin ke rin tin ne en jo la chobe ko ka yen jo gu pe ngi ke pe ye na pya da akiri yo aki go ahead so da wedu ku jo la gum no jo ga ban wo bu de chok within 2 hours
Thank you very much, Banymayik, for the second chance. adiga pay a good table chan borod ban lo explore ko buga ko bedong pin ko buga lo one thing I would want to start my talk with the question chi one matie ko very vital ko actually corresponding ka kelwel ko lo ali cholo choban jam what are the steps and the plans that are you taking as the youth representative to break down the gaps of communication barriers and also in organizing the body to represent Ruweng, that is in bracket Pariang and Vietnam in both administrative and national level. I'm not answering it, but actually I'm giving it my view when Ban Jam the job. In that question, a very crucial. What do you get? Be very attentive. We now, one of the things that we are supposed to have done, if not mistakenly, to bring these people together, be the chain communication barrier cannot be representation. Today, like 4 of us, we were supposed to have an ABM to make sure that whatever we call as Ruweng administrative area actually represented. I can make one of the things we need to take initiative on that consideration must be put. Bugang it book the Ruweng lam yak Ruweng a chepa Ruweng to Ruweng ka BM number thing ka Rude. So in anything to do with the display, whatever initiative we taken, keladim be BM nam be Buga Martin. One of the plans the gaps can loy. The second thing to also give my view on that. Kenon bongi okay already angikwa ade ongoing Ruweng administrative area youth union and it a very good initiative book loy taken on ku jotku ku loyo ko wante boge gaps ken bogen by one gamo be ke cho Ruweng but akin ku ngi non yen Ruweng ken nga ridol pin now abiem is now working alu londe like the nam kedento e pan ruolo za alu ronde and pari and the nam kedento okay, no, than on then that gap store. Okay, I'm actually having very good background from the sports. I did get all pan ru local football association, BM football local association at all. These two never parallel. I'm excellent to coach for South Sudan Cup. Pari and road and can am de kede. Ku BM nam can am de kede. All these things we be unify, to be kept together. Be our Ruweng a chanagola, but then coming the only one voice. One of the things boge babanin job chan ba bentin kello rotkin aslen we have failed in a certain extent which bogi jagam you could fail because we are good at rushing but later at the repercussion ben we don't do things with a calculated move. What do I want to say about this? K association starting from the county level, starting from community level. There were initiatives big go there, boys, the youth be happy. But Kichiro Benalo in this one, K lead that, or let's say they use themselves that do actually having the power, legitimize, being in that legitimate powers. Within that association, Kwasha association, we are missing out of the point. Advocating for our right as youth, respecting the right of the current government, or let's say the government of the day that is there. When we looked at it, like now, that personal gratitude taken, we do not think is something that we work together because we work together. Ruweng youth they're not knowing that taking in advantage that yen ngek acherai kuyande nam mushela yen e ka tui ka wonte we ban my youth ban lo hash that o pal ku ka wonte o ga rodo ga paida ku jor ku no ni je kan mo yi kenon yen government of the day akuma to mantine akina kuma bijo ben ki jaben ku je lui ki digda as the youth. It's something that I want to assure all of us that akina kuma ben ku je ben lui ki digda ko youth but triga le boga kuma lo engage kenon boga na ngi yes yin inchirane loy inchirane lekre ki loy ki kot mesela non pan jeng angit berwel ko je dui ko yirandi ine du inmet ko ti du inmet tane inchi med bi ku palpin ke wo hay ine med bi ku nyaw nyuji nen ku lagi yen inchi kan woyla ku inchi kan wojla keto kide rowe ku lo euro bordo most important thing achane in med datu inche jolo bai to tuen ku jala lot ku jalo expect that on den gidi be na pane a chi lo bro loy in chi lo de gidi lu yin pandun te yin ti chin yo bi walin ti leka dam ge kana rai wala yin ti pen ga dan ku jalo bai to ku jalo lo da chi ram ni kene ke radim bi angi pandun ke pandun ku wo de ke ke choglu contribute in not some of us chi ngi ku some of us do it intentionally non in by there very yok trigger be trigger by ilam of which to learn will relate back to our engagement in politics. The political engagement, the rule, the youth, I mean, is looking at two ways. There is formal and the informal. So when we look at the way of informal way, like social media activism, okay, one of the things, informal ways, but I choose abuse for youth. So it can we retreat back, kutinku. What are the right modality? In this right, because our right to do immediate activism, but we need to do it in accordance with the laws, in accordance with the comply. I mean, the regulation. Book community book Martin. And again, booked out in. I'm just taking my thing on point because I don't want to take more time. I don't. That's how we balance it a bit. Second thing, we book my dad and that question that I'm all okay. Let me just ask rhetorically. What is a community? What is a community? A community, a community, youth, elders, I mean, person with disabilities within that community, a community. So actually, community parallel youth. So, and again, we bring that whatever we are doing, part of the stake. When we move the community below, on behalf of the community. So when we are advocating for our community right, we have to make sure that we are involved. In all aspects, we are involved. Achieve buru lo ko leutin kudu community lo pay. And community ban ken ke leaders ke look lead. Ko community leaders look lead ken ke people from us. Awu go alo approach ku leuke direct. Let us leave not to abuse our media activism to abuse. And I quoted very well before in long was at my yiga chilwell kulelian. Deo chago ga mo jim gonna deo ko kibe to ka chik deo ter war. Of course it's true. Questions that goes back to our upbringing along all of us. Kwe kena we boga very careful. Chanen randi go ka chi we be a kajen go. Ke rom no randi dina jo ke jen go le bare nyen ke randi go ki ja ke jen go akene ke we bungi at the youth now ko choma tine ngo choro temburo kwen in all ways chimane long run nyet ku long run ngen kwen ki wo jam today we are all watching most of the people that are asking question now ke youth they have ngega de nam intention de ku ke ngega we ku le okay tapo na ta tin an chikidine kwen we ko you there's always a time for everything, or there's always next time. Long way over there. So in a round table is rotational. Akachi we be nyang real. Kwabida call ben kai kok pay by nyal. But now man jam a voice of the youth, the majority of the population on located. Kwachan book the luel ladim buglo deeply, buglo direct with the root. Ogoroda og the nimusha or the nimusha on the chinyan kai we are the problem. Indeed, we are the problem. Ninkin ku yen no problem antina kakin call bogen meet. We are the problem in this way. We are rushing to powers. We book nim the powers. Yes, indeed, it's true. We need to go for that. But how do we approach that extent? Book power bogen yokana. Achana go chalu abuse. Yin ran in a coy land and let's take our seat back to tinku. E kan wan churo loy wan to engwe kan wan kino loy. Like all of us now, Ruweng in general, I don't know, maybe most of us has talked about, or we had been having like these WhatsApp forums, media fight actually, back and forth. Quite a lot of, we always rub shoulders among ourselves within those forums. Ku trigger ogen loitin, kadi ge bugangi, be there some respect bugatao. If we don't respect ourselves now, kelem yak malem yak chilwol ben kachabetik. But kilorot kenon borod gam, like I always emphasize on that, work borod gam. You know, anti ben kene gam kulu supported where necessary chilla wrong. Kachi we boogie that again, kuderan the think that okay, yes, we can be seeing 6 and 9 because that's way in that scenario. whereby we are seeing 6 and 9, and on the other side, getting a 6, and I'm also seeing it as 9, but at the same figure. So why don't we look at the way Bowler on one side, Kubu one figure Latin, like if I told that the unit thing is you can come to my side, let's see at 9, but again I will go to your side, love you again. Is that really sick? So what I want to say here, back when in a nutshell, the way we view ourselves, book to book on one side first. Kulok tinga gola ba den kulong ngi nga ka kulok bai ko youth. Number 2, we bung ngi teaching your ben ke youth well mesela yen today and ka youth. There's a very vital question that it's supposed to be alluring at the back of our mind, that what I'm coming to do kuloi kene ache kidi ane kuloi ke keda sin tawon ke keda de, then we should leave about the issues of saying I mean me, we turn it to we. Saying keda kadik ba keda loy lo ne keda loy, because I'm just putting it to cite some of the thing one churo loy within wo roda okay ko panaru og the nim panaru youth association like that chi by my yigen kwenti ko ke cho jo kole it has actually come up like that even juba lebo ke only parent kin only panya panaru ton ja parent liwantin. But what have we achieved through ke mu fruit buka lo highlight ko ke tu kena biti kena the only learning zone tira kwa being a job taban start to begin at home achin ke wone jok to be so start to begin at home e ke dik ke la mi jog by e ke wonta bin lui page za ke la mi date digi jog nen by. So it's a good question that we go there for youth, what can be our impact in through the development when community development brolo edi abrolo when ichogen ngi ene ke loy ku kene e be ko ni kol chen pa bungi yara ande na mushila ngegde ko ande na mushila in ma yi ku in banya man tin gana our different land ba ka buga tanya side ku log gidam the three government and thinking na de ko na think to what I come together with my team kira de pay ke faction chiro within the youth in a talk within Ruweng that generally. So pok the youth ke jok from ya biem nam ke abiem nam de ke go jok ke pok ke panaru ku be panaru be ben te de den gene in the groom nge groom ko ke tu which book Paul the reality is ti wonta chi weda mat ki ke jamtin ke book on by bit o de issues of being used. Yani we cannot be used as agent of destruction. We are supposed to be used as agent of change. And one of the things that I want to praise, but how that we cannot be used as agent of destruction, because what we are doing now, we are destroying the community in other way around. Now, Okilo, Okachiro use mantine, the same youth that jam, Kobe Bang or Kola Bijat, Kobela Jam, Bubela Marciasin, Kulo Ben with their own packages, because this year in packages they have their own ideas. Chikahanpin. Kuwai politician can the trigger then the cartin. So if Tichela teaching players that they are going to display with big loy, then Keben loy Kebento. So if we want to make sure that the current politician Tomantin Kubuki then token in Bito, cannot go to loy Bible, let us withdraw, we retreat from the camps. So Tichoben be out of the camps, Kubu Ben Koibit, then that will be the fantastic thing book loy over there. Achana Golomyak, Kobinim there independent decision that. Chano boys now, to check around jam, Kike be a neck, like the children neck a ching again hoy. Quakity, Achelo Bentino, within the youth itself, and then a Bentino, and then neck a ching again hoy. How do that one come about? Neck a ching again hoy, neck a ching again hoy. Like if to come into the reality, in honor until Gobidi, is it because Yan Lowell today has been telling the truth? Something that a painful facts, which you will. Actually, we can cholo, we got cholo again. My energy, what you're to be. Cannot in a decision to buy back. We can to yoke a kichuga pen on Ogama. You now, our boys is not being hurt. Could Tinchi roll a chain a ping. Actually, development chili be chola. Because now, quite Chigarios, Louis, contrary to the sitting government, into all quite a bit. If you now try to support any initiative, sitting government to buy. Within outside the road, got a big way, government at so between we book by or youth, and I'm actually hedging us to make sure that book tau in place. Be ben big non chinen kebe ngek achoy ngek atawla en ke ban mai ban jamdi banen toltok ke non, you know, how do we engage ourselves politically? Ade equal like now okay, by the way, and to be honest, that I think Yunnan Ruweng is yes as we speak, because quite often, I'm sorry to say it, we are just there like servants. We are serving a high table uh, agents, but we are not politicians. To your politician, kachi nit le boge kichir initiative shir aloy taken buga aloy buga tinga right. Like for example now, wo okinim de mushakala be ko mushakala ke big talk di achin to call big talk if we have not come to one table kubuga your indifferences buka do man ke pin ko tin tri gon big that thing. Other question chi one chi moderator chi ti chi man chi wonte le ban jam tong jinga chap be mari tong de pe en ki tui ke one of the equerun triga wonte ko de pe bogen tin ro ko shabab wala ko rinti taw bug bai bug wir bai chira ne wir pa liu be sara dan chira ne wir pa de ne wir pa taw kun nge pa lo jel aka lo jot ko bu pa lo wir ke so alu ba ti yo ko de ko shabab ti en pa lo jot ko pa ngom bug yo lo wir ma ka chen pa lo wir ro ake lo rot ke non bug pa bug yo wir le ba den with ideas ko en bug yo kon ko ko longa ke long tanyin a che long te ra ade kichi yanon damanan ci kollo bae napsu pane nyo ku yanan ci ane de nam good interaction oge un yom de ngage oge de nim interaction di kapay o amak ke ci ben le gen ta pane wo di de ku ci jam wo je so ben ci ku lele be gake e ke jele di ku big band the same question so alante ci kwa ba go ci kon kwen ci ben lwel a ci ben lwel be gake ke rum ke kurum okay kake angiku abi gal working because now okari chi ogju ari chi ju wegi where you ngati yo bai ke e yonge ngego dio because galam ti chukata wa chine tinga tinginde mushakala bi ngeke ke sabar ke yu bai. So when you start calculating your perspective kula tingla baden achi is ending you nowhere kayin you start coiling ku loi dol hibernate somewhere ku palagag ko ke tu na chi wona chot bulo ya bai be ben chen di bai be ben chen ko je chin taw kin kwa chin ki ye jo ko jo chamara ba chara be ben ke kran de nam dom de ki ni chok nok nin kin chok nok do mi expect that chara de ko purial awo ko shabab en development ku jo le rola development achin ko je gwir pa liu we cannot do that way achi le bro loy panda achi to achi bu jo akwen ko to map be panda kin kan ko liu tin our president must be there actri ga unta bi o loy bi loy ti real achi obu mo ko tin we must be engaged ko bu think strategically how to plan bogla tin ko bu ngaloy e ko unta be pia ayen ni kana ataw kwa chu bu ko jam je pay ba e jal ku kene 1 point ba ton ko da do ko de ko chabam to ko re ko ngwan actually okay jo lekin ko jo da ya pinki ko we ko pinga ko de jot ku la chen pan le gwir kliu ke pan da ko jot kene a chen pan bu lo gwir ko bu lo gwir pan tin ko le kin chan ko de bol men ko lo la bi ke la bu nim pe de panda akena ataw ko bu ta silent meeting naman len bi en bero lo ko chen back to my point now, yeah, we ba loy conclude and cha we ba jam pay once and then one pressure in the end because long there and thing long ba lo ba then I work for like 20 minutes and of course pinya chul but that's a big deal. I'm still a gentleman ngot ka la ba cha tin ta sir ka chin ke li ban ko di lekin ke non bogen ni en ku bug loy em fruit bu ngi jele ko shabab ban long ni ngwan nam pin pal ku non jel ku kem ku sia sini yinga ma sia sin ke yima yi book siasin ayong no ma ke ma yi den ki ke siasin lu yo siasin ko ko no ma ke because ke widen ke to siasin man ke widen ke ko mu ke widen now ke dem ni immediate to wo gi man. So the very people we are supposed to talk about ke akadi ke pinki man tin pingen ko be a big thing. I want we go get ko bu be come kem kenida. Can we come and establish our own camps as youth? Ko bu ngi independent da to no. Aji go la baden ko jam. Ko at the same time bu ga ngi je. Ene ko wonta run gana. That's something that we need to take it seriously. Charuna chi ngene ka ke chak. Like for example in Paru Association, at the point of people were talking about the age. I never come out. I can still go and sit. I think nobody will question me. So we quite did. Back again, because I've been your book or community what is a community? A community is actually comprised of the youth, comprised of the elders, comprised of the intellectuals. Because to talk about in the community can go. Or which now, get something, book jot as a takeaway, book big came let us establish ourselves. Bungi get your Ruweng now as we are talking about, can get your Ruweng global media. Bungi actually supposed to be specific to go up and Ruweng talk. Let it also have let diversify. Be there that diversification. Be presented. Kubungi other association, other union one below again. This is what we are calling for. From today on, that union can allow them below form. Union can in a particular platform, book by Alagotin, when a particular platform, Bogla will disagree, and we will be agreeing in that platform. Because as Ruweng in general. Instead of like now association, where are we heading to? We are not going anywhere. When most of the issues I can't comping even I've never seen them. The king bend with one voice. So Ruto can yeah, and she book jam. Quadi ge ba long be quiet and to wearing order. Pinye deep. Who name so many speakers. So now the question got to being a summarize the baden. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kiri Young na ki in chale jape. Okay, yi mi jagi che we ngatin wan to long. Yan pio mi yan ki chak toy dere ke di ken man ben generation ben yalga. Ken ogen wi chan baga think positively. Enga. Welcome, Honorable Miyar Soncha. Ban Miya ka ke toku e ten one. Yedra. Utai na chala nya pio kle cho man pan kana buk di li kan mi la fa na kan. Chala nya purity. Wan cho pio pingi tan an chibela. Yedra ga. Yen ban Miya chale ban chin ban. Ade ngan ade ba lo share. Let me see whether it will come up. Ngi chen ben ne la ngan comment cho kan. In chugle ja pera go gum manjok in badil folamat in chiba jam pai di go in ben ku ban me ya biwek ga ka bi ga wek in go ahead.
Honorable Miyarton in Jamot, Win Jalo, Win Jalej Mayik, I know the Manchia no, and a bit la Juedu, Le Shabab. Lanu ke support, Okijaman Oki Kekwan, Lakin Lundilo Itanga Yok, Sugar Bubel Oki Kekon. Lanu Ning Chira eten, it again Koki Nim access Eketokina. One Tijan Akiru Pulual Kujoa Yankaya Kwai. Ugala book Benjam. Kenya the big and Mary anyway, Lanu ke konya ke gan nge capacities can individually. Aran kijogre alebia nyankaya kwach lekin luol kujolakir. I knew that kaki ben a big egg ben table when a bijam ni chola check. I think we ki kujak. Eka weni ben kukeki agek. akija to ke non wen na di ku ci jam lo ke jam wen nam pin ai ke ban yo latin ke non wen bo gen yo pat pin long no ko ki bene ko le RGM a buglim every month or every 2 weeks bigo ga mioje fursa kubuga jama che lazim biyawo go ko ke lakin shabeb ko wonte de kiden chik betak le baga loy forward long the ustas mayik ku jola team de ku biya loy schedule chan bag bena jam ke ban ki dum wanam pin o ki jamunte biya gata li me ki luwala ki kwen ci jagamat and possible solution to den capacity to buy che jang ben ene chok tong yi to ko ji class je de ko che ade ko le bi ko dak chok upin na malo ko warot ko je leki towards technology ko je leki towards skills is more now powerful than even the acquired knowledge over the years. Why skills kene and ga when ki luol ci jak apet be we consider ke le be one of our recommendation we added under the item number 4 on our list. Don Bosco angeki man wandawe ka kuma ina ustaz mayik ke Don Bosco loy wan bi junu be angeki ben most of the Don Bosco graduates kege kon lo magata bi junu bidene min wan alfenu saba alfenu tamania kwe koike kege piuji kege kemi kayok Don Bosco to junu so alle book propose ko use no nadi ki yen kude ga bi Don Bosco la be ba kuma de yen la miyo ji pin lanu ki ngej one of the requirement den ke pin dide go ne ki ko le bla be go ki ko le pure different skills ci de list unta ci luol ci gam ke part of capacity building the youth can buga contribute effectively lanu na ci oglo ya get again the contribution na be limited lanu a cin loy yen Don Bosco kude ga le bi la be fi Ruweng ke kale bi ko le miyo skills unta ko one of the recommendation le book loy on this forum ki ye jadi talim health ka ko unta ji kwene kwa chin ga ba jointin kwa chin ga ba jwaktin ke bro diolo nen chi jaten nang de ga le bi pare bi an upgraded like on a chilim to ke hospital ke kamyar a chanen bi expanded with that teaching aspect or teaching component of that hospital yeah being on den challenges though lakin nang tem non biro lew ke gedang le ba kwen participation ni shabab wak shabam da ayeda kwen mi the doki go jam ka kuna to gitwen lakin some of us ne kayo level tawre ka twen that ka ga chilo ke either to kuten ama chuk tiok ku kapiet buglu participate in the upcoming election ke encouragement le balo ikene le shabab then we be called ki maafas to be enter in that kind of in either position ubeke koy ke kage ngoy ke lati agoku jam agoku pol behind the curtain the WhatsApp kako ko bugo lui participate there bugo ngi je ngoli ko ngoto ko ngolew ko ngochu lew kene ke ton shabab achin ga kwon better doing we have to occupy at least even 50% or 65% of the Ruweng parliament. Nang chuglo den ko beden nim de platform o ro tie win ngak kilo wan yin ni ka wan win chu kwa nyengo chilo. Ekene ke to kene lokutin election kuno ko ke ka iberan we be ko ni see za ru chi na bai ke one of the position kai ke no ko ke latin. Bu bela tin ke ko ila e ke ran lo ki chit ke bela lew ku le lui ko nyin go la buda tyo e ke one of the thing le bug loy an belong the wada mas ya ba nyogi no na dik Ruweng Youth Union should be formed. It should be formed as a matter of urgency. Lanu kaloiro oktaw now within the period of election tabana che call bila chwede election. It is a long process and that process has already started. People are talking about it. Unashin gunim that body. Kakache counties, kukache associations to in the city like Juba. Kegbe Ruweng bukegala luel at the national level because they will have also limits. The scope of their work may not allow them to reach those levels. So as a matter of urgency, the Ministry of Youth, Culture and Sport, the Ruweng, should work on forming this body as soon as time requires. Okay, one of our takeaway and is a recommendation, is a request, let this body exist. I heard of convention. The convention, when we don't want a situation where people will be picked based on interest. People will be picked just to go and represent Ruweng partially, to leave out some aspect of what we want to be presented and talk on behalf of others in that forum. No. We want our own elected people to represent our voices at the national platform. And therefore, we request the concerned ministry to expedite this process and give us that body as soon as possible. Kede koy tum pinda achi won ke gwe ke ngagene ene jode pin yen chi na damane ngek ube ko ene ke damane ngek ku ngega ki ken loy ayo ke gawan gawe rod we kwana bezad wo gok shabab bi jo cholo gudi ye no we ngane gem dom wale ngane gem ke no wale ke no ma fini haya zato pinyajel excuses loy buke ga ka chi yen be pol da chan bi re ke jagwe da gud bogen ngi e ngabe dab e damane ngane jele pin kuan ma da kir da no da kilwe la banyogi mar ku yi ku dil ku lui participate if to be considered with equal chances and equal voices to be ping kabuglu le mar ku yi ku bi ku ne le barnami ngon blo e chan bi ben we are accessible to a institution pi Junubu Sudan. Okay, right? And it's something we can do. Tichogu in mat through our associations. They could name position statement or position paper supported by our own government. Kitagen ngale bidar ketin kwen ku bi Junubu Sudan being it non adig kene. Ke kada ke jele. Nchu ku bi jagwe da good beno diolo and then jaku kay nyal ku jaku kat ko la. Achi road belew. Ayen association kwanta ke kejo ke association ngama gasa iman to ke wan de magata ke ro de kini association pi Juba wala yeki diak ma maruf. Those are the publicly elected offices ke de tuoj ke de le no watoki ko de NPYA is also struggling kai ku association ke plus other association that might be very soon in, constituted. Ukanyar bung nim the one body and one voice. Book jam. Book voice the book gambit. Le coach ko anun te lu represent ko de chik jam MPs. Kayok nenge representation e chi wok be da wok bai. E chu le book ba diaw. Ku kwen wo o ke da chelo. Ele ben ja ko chu ke kwan ke ge jo represent ke che effective. Ama ke chi londe loy. Anjere pan rungia biga de rune. Kwani chat magatat ka ngwani erungi ka dich kalo rot ku ka chiro lo cha ketin ti chiok lo ok ti chi ka grab chamba ene oge jal wilayat kogi MPs ke pan ke kilo media Louis table strongly non adig ho shigrap cham the only source of survival yabga bijara and jod pinde e ngone lono ko chuko kwai e pokyu ben dak pinye and I want to go on record ken kwena shababa chipok ke because ban kwa chipok ban kwa ke loy to gun ngopego ke ban kwa ke chipok enen chanen gon ping MPs Ruweng shik ben bi press statement collectively SSBC le bigek la chop ku ga baki wek shi jam wala newspapers in Juba le beke den la loy reject ku ga ka chi loy publish ayo ko shiro biro lo ko ke ban ke hokki la o ke lo media ku ke na loy table in the parliament a chi loy table last year loy table 2022 2021 this thing of keto a good bi ban ben ping when ga wan chi ok ben kwat e magatar ki ben wa ke dwong nim long jel ga ti engeran jod pin de ne ke jwaji ben buga 12 on the executive yet we are represented of the nim MPs at the state council of state and national parliament london ngo so ko shabab e kule ko kiji pia gwa da ko kiji gwa e chokaja pay aliam on this show MPs ko matki weyi baygi sodun ko shabab our organization tirkuan kaji kira nyuga ke abuke kuanim bayi tiriga ko bunim de voice ya kwete na biyen ping ku koy ko bujo loke jamba ko kwed kweken beke ga bijo loke bak lakin tena goden bog ya god ngege daman ngegen ke game pin ache ku biju no bin ping ne daman ngeke daman ngega ta wol pin ja yeti kwayen ke ba tan pin ne kene ketawaye kutegen biju atok de kaki ke gi de kwan jiro lo yam nie de bai wane o ke ene ngoche o ke kwa e ke ngot kwal ku be ke la duong nim wane o de ke nyopin kene ko shabab ne loy ke kale bu condemn la no che ke to masakin ke gala mam kwa cha kon lwel wane jam nan wan tu en musas me lanu nam ne no na mane aja ku no ne di ku te le yin pare nge chi no de yok dai di ti on de jo nyobe abijo yo zaman ben yo laba no na kaji dir pod jel wala biati jamana wal wala biati jada ya ton ko bi tan no ngi lije ku kala biat yani tilai ba to ena le bi non la to non di la cho dai di ti on de jo nyoba bijo la nger abijo jala nim ga di ki jalo pod jel dir masalen ke janom ne non la jo ke la nge to ba na chin ko waje ne ko kana ba ton shabab e ko ke ku yoke ke lazim biya shabab ne yoke lanu security taban ayeke master taban ko lelo ijaram ke de tos en te pege security de pa na mtinin ke ko na assess capacity de pa nen ke ko na assess kuje ki ben lui act so ko man ga dab ke yuk ke shabab wa yen kene e shabab me kene loy irin ga siyasa no na digi yin wo to wala your senders ama your political giants behind you that are having problems with the government of the day, then you are making it the wrong way. Aja lwelo nu ge nim access chidiman jamo ke one of the access ogle bug jamo kuma direct achin ge jola jal ku jala jola tian ku jala ben and then you come and do the damage and then you think it will be celebrated kana chu gam ko shabab whether to on the opposition or to on the government side or you are someone still undecided. The welfare of our community is our collective responsibility. We have to protect the community while we continue with our politics. Politics is lengthy. We differ today, we agree tomorrow. So we work shabab Chiki won cha kilwel buku beje kem ko ni uloy ku kem ni to ma bi koteda awel okay twet votes ko ke gajwe te den ge ka loy za do be cook o ka le bukat sa certain le buk ya jal, and then we go and protect people who know what they want, and we forget what we want. So buku beje kem ko ni kumar ko yi regardless whether niya ku bay ni shabab ta niyal wala association kwan a functional now wala chugo ke niyar for the interest of Ruweng, for the interest of our communities. Please mar ko yi pel ko da wait de na jinga ka chog WhatsApp nyin wal we buku tok lui ku ko pare da kumada buga loy object in a constructive and a very professional way. Lano kuma keping akuma mage ko anenge ku ben bi kidi tinga got ke so de shabab ku ga kene ina kuma loy male big ping chiga gen jay go kunyok bi ogen in a very official way. The guy yoga chigile big lu insist to respond and support whatever agenda we are tabling. Kwa yen ka shidiga ke kato. Okay, frames. Okay, pillars. Okay, grass. The Ruweng. Kedang to ya. Ba jo ton wo ko ben. Ruweng ok jame. Ato on the map. Kwa cha ki chi twenga odigon. Lakini the reality actually on the ground. We don't have the actually, I'm sorry to say, but we don't have the physical Ruweng. Because the thing of Fanaru, Kegalor, actually, ele benja metar de ko je pawi ele benja wilaya di ko jo dida lano biko ja kaj ete Iran kuli yomo je kaja juom to wala yida jabu yala lui land fi abiem nam gunyo ku kaj bu ben lui land pare. It does not make a lot of sense. Ko gane ga with collective engagement when ngale gi chugu tine atu kujo ro lo za du gabede panaruza do ali bide ke tegeni by any chance lanu wo galor already ogenim magata kwe ukene ka jibe ben yignu tu ke ba ja chagrin pe ka another magata ukaleki zatu de bide den payam tungbe la gani yili namden iten koji Ruweng kichibijo to mebe je buk ja nyu jo men yen ti ku gele Ruweng ako ka ba ge Ruweng to ki Ruweng to ka gitu. It can be while be a concern happen work shabab always remember and take it from me, the Ruweng is not a physical Ruweng. It's an imaginary Ruweng to on the map. Wachan book connect the Ruweng talk, it requires another generation. Either to engage and get it legally or perish and achieve it the way South Sudan was achieved. I thank you. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Last comment I can make. Thank you.
Inchele ja bangum jam di ka pai ja go dog ki jam pai. Ban miya akiri yong na ki ka kun ta walai ka in biru and global media event lo for the in we alwe we ka ja ba nyo ko in ka won le ba de 20 minutes away from you. It's a port better ja thyo ka ten. Ti be cha da ni kon cha da ten jam jang to ton jam jang ala ja yida ta na ja ku wala pa mi. We okay da even do ga talkie pana no an diedo do caro to kiri yong na ki ku jola lul ni yong mi ja ga talkie long dan parian ba jam ki jam jang enna so kidi kiri kana wo do a chu ko le bu ka ko la sai bu ka ba law da chan big ba ba yo ke internet kana o ki wor yo ko ki ga tawte no mi ya ton cha ba mi ya bar ni al ku cha do wedu cha bu ga
Happy Easter everybody. We chake mod to don't talk thing. Ku ke when chan we thing let me join taban wetin na ching me ying ma da ka lo ne ka lu me yig reinforce kanen bu ba ba na ro yin da we ki jam ku ka yok ade wel ja king miss because I was busy and I was going, off and on. But I yok ka kwen ni ke chi kara ke ka dik ku ke ka ka bai. Ola ja fa ne jam tin en ke kra ku ka dik en ke ngi to ku wa chi ra ne chol Francis me ding chi le lan ke chu ke lu en ke ka nok.
Bai mi yan kiti am to ga to ga. Simon mai lwa ka coach bana ko bani studio ke ngan ke link ne network ku process stuff that you can follow, you can come in I chat to in private, so na chi jorial ken en ka en go ahead honorable.
And so ka cha ka lu ban ke ka ka bai ku ka yok ko ma yi ke chin ke di bu kwen la no. Ama personally I chin ke di bu ko kwen. By Matina my and by Keban generation generation ke ban go be generation be ban kujel we ke Matina the man ka cha ke levan ke ki atau ki nyin ke ni ani chela bay wan ke chi ma yi gwa lo ni nya ni cha na nya fio lakin on kwanya na ta pi US ku la bay ku ke lan bay ngai ka cha ba ban ko kwen we I know it very well, and reason why I'm here angia janato ku decision NK men ran chole yara whether to any we to in chin decision elo manano in jara ke to ban ke ba la ba jwa week I hope nyan kai ti na non to ngoren ke to man liu ku de ni ra kai ko kun te ter ko kun te dai wala ni wala mit ko ku de ki ke ba to nen ki kan cho ba marketing kana joda ba ke chen we go part of cha ba ku yanen le la ya on le kor yom pin duwe ke yo bai amma markun ke ye diet cha ku diet ke a chi ke ki cha ba mon lo amma wadan di den chi ke ber ye pio man big bai re ko ji choku ma tinen ke re ko 1984 chi ko gol ko yun ta chi wo nyar ko chi ba lo ku dakke kana we ke ben ariel pio we ke ya em fruno be da da ta ke real pio ke cha bom tin kana ku din ji cha ka che jal diet kon ji ke cha kana ma tho ke diet chi ka ka ngo ke le ke ka nyogi ku ri le ko pio cha nen bi cha bom tin kana big cha ke ngul e ngoy londen okay could do none kana we do it in there to buy could do it ko ta wherever you guys are with respect to way in chobab yin lual kin to ku yin aki ku gum ku jola kai ko dai ke ba mar we ki kana we an chila be yan kwan ji dai ne kai ki jo chak ting ben ka de ka diang de few items cha ke taken. One of the item is this: every single individual one the yok ke man ba be jama jubo wala be wherever be in jama, that individual will be like in politics. But let me tell you this: a young man like you guys, ama koi ko te be ben bi jama tin ke taw jama di kera will ke politics in binen gol kena politics ke politics ke ngong ne yegin because the jay in chin jo kwan man tin ki ye wazir when man tin kan de 20 something kula jala kuma baden ku ga chin lo ni secure in your life ama chin skill dang pay ke yen ka wan pioje ganang skuli ku jela lo siyasa benina beneten ina gobrio ja janen betajer do nang ama bo waje lo yen ade ngana ade business gal business core ku business che gold dit ke gold tina kan in bi jore kwan nan ke honorable because yin the lay yin in chibela nyu nganang daga kinto kibela de chai ko ko ri yin yin jo changat ladik but in actual wake ke we ke bag lo ki ko de ka cha ke lwelwen ka ka ko nyin a cha bu ko dog je la no because and their position on that position they cha la we telephone position de ku de chan men be ka ba la ka ka tin ku ka ba kwen chan yo ku kwen no ke lo ga yi mi ya ku kwen telephone lakin cha cha ke wona yo position de cha bu kwen telephone na ga je de Facebook ni bala kwen chan men culture position is very clear whether they run you agree here or you run to that individual. I'm not encouraging conflict. I'm not encouraging a challenge with me because told you challenge collect with talk with me than with talk. That can catch all suicide. You don't just go to war because you want to fight a war. You have to come up with a strategy and objectives. Why are you fighting? Katara lubungej. But how do you achieve that? That is the central question. There's a different way that you can fight. Kukade way ata agela bin fight ko changi jiril ke boy, and there's a reason why. So kachira kaka acha ke bu ko pede japai. The man ngi ke kwachin gi cheto ko we bala we kana. Pana chol bantu wan taw ko tin my first time ke 2009 in land bantu. Bantu ke chang coach ku te chi bantu te chi instructor tin. Ke chira ngi jana ata again bantu wala briak timon chirman an cheriak a good be ko re chir mare rokana bare ben riak so ke an ki chir kre bantu ajmo ki example da mana chin gi yetem de to a ke jwe to ma tin den ko jen wel gala yena ka de power to ke ku big by big room ma chin gi chibuto abu ngor buto ku yi kero ben nyo ta cha gen ba kumna yi kena abu ngor ku nyo de culture ke ye ki ka ke ban ke ko won chak kwen ko ba nyog. There's nothing that is important than the unity of our people. And especially we worked about. Yes, with the differences. You all give me out the differences politically, but when it comes to Kitabai, the differences can go Kitabai. I may not agree with all the policies of my own decisions, but when I'm a kachike by but when it comes to Gala Kekir by Lego Bugot, who could buy a book because the pan can lay Jala Kulkian, Keko we are losers. So you guys, I think did quite wait. Chimantao internet in a dija. Angit, they got your lawyer and Jow. I will get a thin about that. I check a team. Who I think Kajika, a lawyer can tell me to buy. You need the eye kicking at the lawyer bill. Kajika lawyer can tell me to buy. Kawan lawyer to toy, quaking like cham yai. Mingi the kikila there. So walk yai in ke to wing. Uja tonga che thor run, but yai ke cham run. Tonga live thor the man core. Unu kwaji and thor consequences get on ke belu last for a long time. Awake damki ke cholata again plan because we plan ku nyu ko together. Ku be big kun loy. I think go warakan. Katerge ula gala ke ngani jel bae chin nga jel bae chin. We know that, and I'm pretty aware of conversation. But at the end of the day, people are quite around ke pa ni nga kan dijal ula ke pa ruweng dijal. So politically, ayok chin ko chit ko de ko chilo len na de jo ko gal ke yima yik yes ke wide en a tau in control ma wide en lo siasa matin lakin ko wi batie jo we mat krot ya ko chamato because ko ke chama chi ke ra ne chaga we wan mu da to ku cha ke cham mana no ko chiran yen kana ke gitin lo bo mar we ku dam ki non bagi mat gotki ku ngay ki at the end of the day go chak got whether gotki wala chak got ka du chi be ngi ene kana amungot ke jat ko ne weng madi ke ko madi ke bai ta bano ku mit ku bai etiom die do tin ku consequences ke amungot ke mi mit tu ke die yo la we that abu weng martin oh generation da in ma yigrai rane wel matina at the age of either if 48 if 50 well if 52 chirman tane anybody who think they're not taking a major social impact the below pan ruin over the next 30 years ngoren pie below e something ran kana ade ka ki jajade ade ka ki de to coordinate kabab chirman taw ga no work ade ka joje lo lakin we gmana taban ayo wa kitiye ga ban before kijin tiye ga na de ke lo ya pa ke kabab ki pyol chok kolin tiye responsibility terka ke ki yindut ke kabab lo ke ba le lo ko na de reason man tine e le ya je ya genting e la ka de rio de che rio achin ngenya de rio awe ko je ke de we ke ngeny ko ka ki de rio ke karang di chini chelwar ke yin lo chario lakin nge jintar yai ke wunok kene nin ko je ya cham ku ka ke dun tong ke kur lakin ke taw ko ten en ke dide tare ki che no wal no ko yinga ke bu ke ko chanen big aja big banning my last point is this cities da ke yok ke form ga ke ma ke pin ke de yi Nairobi ma yen in Juba. Do you think population to Juba matinu gujel ki lega wala yar kogi ki Juba be major ajere city aliu ke market de yen chola dit ke koch population to pirunga matina ke population to gok and that is the market to kuji yen low chiri mane lo la kanke ke nyop ku ngoben mananu businessman ke wujita won ben good ka ben kalati lakini ngapane tawke de insecurity chi jari ajere businessman chi kalati. So we chirman population to pi jam population to pomir population to yida population to parien e kake main e mufrudu no buga tinga no kake beke protect de a chan bu panda bi taw ke panu ta ko truck bu ko ben tin big bere ke ye secure the chinin security manano ke ko kir ka ngur ke bi jala kolchen so atan ke ga ya but you guys understand why an ka chir ka kelwe akijam palkyab ga gan tidman pay gana ngod chol ngode what's up in a cholo eto wona ta again rieg bai tin kuning kitije ya ke mu fruit bu ko cham yan pay te den kloy kuma tinin ma yigde den kloy ku wada e met wala irandi kloy kuma tina ku chilui ama kalau ke ban wada e government wala e o ki mozani na ma e chaba ba kalau ku ban chikului. So let's find something else. Something by chopping. Something because chol e ko ro tanya pat e no nin wer luel wa don the biran chop chirman won tin chol we bak che chol wa ter ke bi ko ko pa man chirman to en ran chol luol kan ta gen o ki kon yok physically chirman to en gum kan lakin on ama chirman to e kan ngol bi an ma do ke chanen ba ke tai ko kan ngol bi ke ma ke yan a chan bi gan tai liu lakin ko ko era no wul te den wulo no tin ku le lo te che mo fruit bilwe ken ke ba riok ane man le lo siyasi lakin you understand, you need to understand the consequences wana lo siyasi u gimi ya ga ama bra la be che no na ta again siyasi limit ke because ade reason ye in chola la ku ga ta la gimi yi ga na ta ku la we ke chola na la be ke because yan mi ya ku eri jalantin ani jel pari yang yan chok laman be Ethiopia ku er ke jalan ke tin ban ke er de irim mi da kai ko ka chik ben to ku ko ka chik ben du ga na ke chok what if ane ngayan mi ya banjo ben pa ni chol America ku jalo le yan en chila bay because the red dick can it betrayal in the channel melon if there's an opportunity to serve my people I will, and I will do the same again if given the opportunity. But ninge no na te again yen mi ad siatu wan gan chilo balua nyang pin pan America kulala la Junub Sudan on jala la Junub Sudan and la dom 100 and something a month ninge we o mai buying ke chilo lakin Biden my a chalo a chike nyu the kai rot lakin ane dom we on the ata again we mug mit ku mok mit ka on the ata again ke tamadar de East Africa ikene ke ya choice the ran when kan one decision ke very important we pan kana taban ok a chin ke dinun ta book balo ela no ke book lo bet ke book we guide ning te ma yik ku le yin ma yik de ngol ba lo ka le bi ma yik le ko ni te jan ka lo okay let's try this enke ke week enke ke to ko kan lakin anything man chin lo len gum ninge kat manan book le book we ka do gi mi ya ma le ba dak within 30 minutes kan ni dak yi ma yik ya ke kana wala chu ka janin ka jin chi be ka liu so oh here is here is kamar ka kigu ba ke cheng ko dit ku cheng mit ko ta ko lo la nan gum kana da man wa a kira raj ne chagan jo be raj ama yini lol ku raj wala chin de bin jot panaru lo ko chwadi yinti min braj ku ne man panaru ko ne yin gum ko ni na dijo ku yin ma yiri ay o braj ku ke pana chin de rare ju na chin ta gen chatin Quran di du na chaka la kwai ama en bak la lo di taban kuin chi kidi ke chela lo pan pe chan biro le ke gol pan dun o a ki jam ku yin ma yigin chale u jola ko ke RGM chan bigni ma kut ku je ajere ku be water ke big banja wer di chit ki be lakin ki ka ki ban ke ka baga lwel jola ka tin bo ka ton we a chin pan edik ki che wuna nen chokpin Ruweng a bidik u ka bidik because of us a chiko ko chiko beloy unfortunately we are a landlocked state ke disadvantage but again let's be very strategic about this let's think broadly not only canin buga non it again ko be yig baje ning de den opportunities mana no ko yele big nim tak kida man yida ina dija level ajere tagen be are different ama teloger ko je tajeri non to ke yuk tu ke mit ko bor ko ke mit ke darfo ke big businessman ko ko chik adaki panaru kene ama adaki Ruweng account is kwanga ke whether a BM wala account is kwanga mo fruno be dati ja ko wonte big businessman taban tijari di tapandun ke ya ke dig dun lakin tijari ko ayo ga jere business ko ayo ke riyo ko dal bra la tan gumula ko den pe nylam yak do tie jendan ga chin chola ne so yen ma yik ayok ke bayan ke bawatir ke bakek ben mot and ke a good topic and again thank you opportunity chang you go and bukojitan and have good night.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ban Miyar. In very comprehensive, ayok do go ki Miyar son chao chu encourage. Pai ku kene ke weekend. Achin man fana ro jo to ke discipline ti man reo ko tane chiran dan ngak man tin lakin our main problem ke non na shuglo social media ngak cho tiane tiane ke ngok ten ke mikla ke tawra okay go the pay no nan rai to ka pay ni ga ka ki kon pinga ni jai forum because and chikring tolerate da no ne kring panam cha gam cha piengen kun la an go ten ke ben jala ran ke ne forum ji ten lan krai got ken nga ken ja pol ko kai ko because by kai ke kor kom yani we have to move from to dan wan talk sin chiang di dan wan ku jo ki ja ter rather than more than what we are learning from now we ka ga tawten we ga dia we to yani organization ke manadam en ko ge very potential chagranam de ba man wan o go den nimbay man taw mi ya ton cha de nam pan de nam pan de it are not yani a chin pe na chan mu ko don ta beloy fandon na de to na go ting yani organization lo go tin tan de ko ja ga ting ke very potential check che veran ka ran a kot ko jiten en nga ga bola tot pe ni ten ka bol bel nya ka nga ku be nga la ta loy so a kot ko de ba chi wi bi chi gi ko ko la ben den le ki benti ma na chan te ki jam jang ten I know what is going on we ba ni ta pe nya digeten ku jo la de den duan rew sin ma taw ten brother gum ataw lui long ne ji bo ten en nga ke nga be ka ga roten te ko yo dan tin nga ke kwe chi thok thiok long na America ne yelwe le na pom ke yo ka pat ma cha ga di cha na chu ba en na chi jam mi ja kula ba di cha ke very potential young man a chan be education and be ben ja kin lakin you are very strong enough wo ku ke do nin pe doctor jam jang di ba cho lo e to ta ka or e ken ke ka chu wi bu work subject that no chan bra na ja ba ni cha ko la yi ma ne ra ne ka ke kin chu wi kin u cha ke pyal gu ku ja yen ban lo le pasra ma chan bai tin go man chan ni ngi ku je message du la wang ten kin yang ngi ku kyan ngi ja ne kla ne re social media ten du ge again ye taw daga baran che jam krai na et won te jam krai kan mit ngana ar piji di den yan godian mi long ten ku facebook din le ku ja ko chur mi kla ga de nam loin ne en bio ko we work cha le yin gum man jo ka de do ke ti non be ba ben man tin we ti ling o ki de ki 3 hours ku we ti re jam jang ten pin de ne ki dit so request ke ben ta bu lo 1 hour ku big da ja en ke jam pya ku jaran bla dai bi be pin ko ku anu ta not taken ali u ki ten we will go to video ku book cha de on a main point ku book ko bi otherwise bakale rate cha na be ke tuoje ke dan social platform ko tama be ramata en nga so ke no ke to wo ke le ja pe de go nyan ti ni cho la kwa che go beten ko che ben cha na de wel ke ti je no te bara yo pin ne chi di let me see chi ke to ten en kwa en ke ga yo ke pe na de ran de ke tin chi dong ti chwa de 1 minute we go ben en nga ku bok pok ko da man ai la kuna de hello akwai in piol pingan
Yeah.
kala da ka won ta jiga tie yi ne tan ke ber ke because we are closing kenga and then just break them like within 3 minutes and then we done go ahead
Okay. I would like to summarize by answering some of the questions. I saw one of the questions from our chairman of our Panaru Youth Association, and then we cannot. How can we allow actually culture while we have our own culture that is so unique? Okay. Yes, I'm not promoting the culture of actually Goto Ruweng, but when we were speaking of culture diversity, And non te chi ko ni rom ke cultures, different cultures thing, and sometimes people do adapt to those different cultures. Germany Lord Panaru, it's one of the trending cultures here in Juba, the capital of South Sudan. It then kilo even cultural team the Panaru or even Ruweng when a Panaru and Bim no make a dialogue invite. Get a Panaru, a dialogue participate, then different communities like in Juba. It's not that we should forget our culture, the new cultures adapt, but our culture diversity, then different cultures, sometimes adapt like you want to learn something new. We do see it even on TikTok, even Instagram, Facebook. Nyana Bargazal, our one of our big artists, Jola Trending Ajing. Ade zaman chen kon dir lor pana ru ke duo ke ro. So that one is like a culture diversity. U jeman pari ang wane yenting midunte krang let me say Sunday school or sometimes choir. Kegalibu ke yoga kwaje ke dir lo den actually wache non kuike culture then they know their culture. Jeman den lo je ben yel e yime tiang nge lo chong kwai gu lo jeman lo wan le chong choi tok lo chong bibiu den la chong bu still kojegala chong lorkin lakin kana besken nonunte then get did be benyal kane ko jen lo practice on the other thing of karang I saw my brother be the gagda go when like this organization created by ke wunte body wunte tanyal the channel by the constitution. Yes, sometimes there misunderstandings or complications in every association. But as for us, as youth, I want any triga ten galuyo mushakala tirika galuyo okay solve ke wo gapan without involving like personalities, without like ruining everything. I go chen better utani. But there are always positive ways. Then galuyo mushakala luyo ke solve. Ulel kana bulo yin. For instance, yan chairman nde ke chuo ga yin chairman can I watch a secretary general ga can I watch a finance ga can I watch ku nyuth ke kwe agole te den ko bi jo be log bench they will follow the right steps what more big thing ko wanda gidam de gidi gi nyuth ke lakin den kra de jo nyuth wal ji den ga ria ko bi log bench na big bane with that mindset bu ga ale bira nen be lui ku gadan chuk ta ga ma wan ko wanda gidam me chen gidan chen loy ke ga ko chen gidan chen nyuth ke. So it's our collective responsibility ke yo ko shabab to den giteri association na ke wo ge talking. And to conclude, I would like to urge my fellow youth, we have majority of us, we are potential youth. It is high time like we show whatever that we can do in our own capacity. Let's put government aside. Let's put envy, hatred, greed, whatever that is there negative aside. But we see what we can do on our own capacity. Again, ke ko junte masna ne ko jero ke no ke wi be ke ko ko madaka to kan wi bu ba nyal ka chi wo gutal ko shabab de ko ke tinjwa de ye na de wal tir ko ke gu de pan binye ke la tin den na musaifa tir clinics unte to be je ka chi wo gutal yo tinjwa lelen tek den maybe mi ko na ga ke go ji ke chuwar ku ke jwaran to kai ke tin den to ke en ka chi wo gutal lelen like school girls the live ke going with the sanitary towels ko go chin jwa ngak ben ke tin ne ka chi wo gutal. So I'm urging my fellow youths, like, it's high time we leave the talk, we leave everything that is in between us, we look what and join. Some people, they do define government in a wrong way. Government actually might buy and talk kuma. Government actually cabinet like the ministers, commissioners, kuma. But government is all of us. You meant in I didn't know right government in Wogosha Babo believe a major role in the government also. without even like involving the government. And finally, I would like to urge like my elders keep Ruweng. My message to you is to then go into attracting the youth always try like backbending in a positive way. But what I do see nowadays, our elders, most of them sometimes, especially the politicians and some other people, the big thing jo bentin zari go ber yok yani kan shababa chiki shababi not kwe the right path. And they do say that when an elder shows the junior a right way, kelo generation comes and goes kwelo ke right path and kwenye. Lakini tia wami tichike nyuot achike nyujo kugia kana cha wojo la kana cha lo ya dig la kachin ke bingi ke kunte ke wojo le ke chi lo ya dig. So my Ruweng elders, I'm urging you like akikoj isha bam dunde then ke chi woj akike lo ikram ninga ge kana cha woj u command then initiative team isha babai bi ge kana we bulo ke lu ku bai ninga ke lo support. Of course, initiatives that can get you George man want fundings of millions of dollars. Ugia gana lawyer. The initiatives then get about maybe get something like then get you did maybe let's say a maximum of 5 million SSP. We're gonna teach and get youth band big you get all the initiative done with Bulo, book I coin pew or items in the school ninge ke koni kuning mushakila runte to ka mejen jande no miskila ome kekten. So like that they do say that intergenerational partnership are important. Oko youth okidut pi budun kram well okidut dig completely without you the elders or the politicians will kojente to womi wewe quite a gidame we kiduri dig without our support and without even our voices ko youth. And together we can stand united and also to we again will fall and completely get ruined. Like in the matter which anybody shabaku la kwaiti ko book by a book chop you ruin da a bila gidam bichir koi koga won't take a candy thank you.
Yeah, in Chigule the fair go quite man Kenyan one mother can. Ye na piat.
Riai ko ngi cha mot na ma dur la ko ka kol nyin malo.
Quite. Ye na quite in Chale the pay the go could one kilo ya. Ade activities ko lo ke tan ga piat. Akade tong chan tia pio we on ka yo ke rin nan tia pio we rin nan. To ye honorable Miaton cha. Ade to do a low in exercise will make sure in ko wa jaben na chi ba de kin ba good bonia ma in chi dia ter ko mi tai we ka chu ka be ti agdar chen nga ke make la ke good part of it lakin ka yo tai pyo we bu ba ti u di dia kro wa ba ke ben god be we in chu le en nga amot in ja ben end of the show ake ma the mag yo ma we will chapa munta chit kata on the background then program kana book loy next week ngana maybe Saturday or Sunday could be quick na there and ban invoke can lu invoke chan book quick loy ke participant munta chit man taw do ka ten ga ki ba jam ku da man a chilo chan ve mi de pin ka pya book for ki 3 hours de kren ga chalek chala we won ta na de ran de 1 minute kini chat ke de ko ne thok da ku ba mo kiti na ni chat ko da man ai la nam di da ya shut down ai na kwa jin chuk le ja fai di da go a choli a chi pin dam ni ti lakin nga chi wi de tan chen tau ta na de di ke di ra lakin de tan tau an ai no chuk ke le dog na de ran de 1 minute kini nyo de chin ya go de ke den chat ku video la ai en ban gum lor ku jo la yen ban luo lin ben 1 minute
Aya bia 1 minute. I'm happy kicha summary da kwa jadi ga pay. Kwa jin jale ku jaleng nya kai. The next show should be 50 or even 60-40 chin kloy la no duet kaman go lew ki chi wen chi honorable mi ya lwe ka chin de doktin ka ba lwe la de ke chi ba bun te ye lwe la bai lui de ko je ye chi gi ko je ben bi la bai mat kaman ki recommendation di o ki de parliament longa bi ka bi ba we run te or e ko bi bai na ka tiyo ke long chi ro bi lew pat ko to kene ke le ba tan pe na de long en kwen ile en ke liu ke ki me na pa na ru kwen na le video ben bi la nu ten e o gen ngot no ne o ge state ama o ge something closer to that ko le bung nim de long chen o ga panda ayen a wer gene ga tiyo ke kwen na ben na bu ko o de nim parliament because ene london ka local laws le bi ke lew pa chira ndeng be liwa ya ma rewe bi jiten yima yi kuma ya ku ja melo kwe kedan wi bitong je ya gale bu kwe na man be ki pe to gle bitenda ka kon nga america ku be ko ting pinyina deran be liu pan ru ga lor to ke pin nomben yene longa ne ke loy ke ka were ko bai bot ko je jal me ki ke tiok ko won ja ki lwel de be there inclusive kind of participation ka chale ke ti bagwan ka yo ko dor jay ko be ben le bi dera na biem nam mit ka biem nam le big ben big lui share chan ka wona ke thong che ka pan dok ka ko ben ba lo bu ko ben chan mu ko ben a jam workshop anong topics ko ta chien lekin ani ar kaman RGM is there inde ko ki be ben ya ka ken big ben thong I think le ben le bo kwer ke be gul initiative jidit bu be ben a jamene ku ka kwan ku WhatsApp kaman re ke boka jola to jele kin gelo ma ke lo dane ku chong ne a chin be no watin lakin be ku ben ne aye ago ku nyin be ben a tin ku be ku jam ka wen ping ko jorot ayen kene ke tin lwel ga nong topic se chen kwa ngor ke lat ku ke na chiga clean ka bu ke be toy PRGM big because they can internal review e ki ben la loy kenga but then she can approve by the pass then we can also reach out to invite take we ba this group take we ba different minds ke be ben jam ka ko wen ki ku ke tinge daman yen wo ke le Moses in jiben ko chi lo ko jel iluol ke ga kira to ki ajuang to ma jam jang ku tegen be ke na me ki yan ga manan ki den gona maktabi yan ga mana wi ba ko umbrella ku de lubi kala be wo ke le kwan mu ko jiten
lual cha ku do in board and mute
Okay. For the third time, jam ko adeki ko ibene zaman unte biog jam ko boke gloy conclude. In our conclusions and recommendations, we are take away kawan support book gloy ketuen non woko shabab buga united one of the point le book jot book ton road secondly we jot long da ko shabab book road organize Ugam Kurot. At the one point, the part of the contributions, the Shabab, one map to key, I partnership, then actually I cheto pink API, okay, school end by Jamjang, a study center. You study here in Jamjang, low exam donor, for example, Uganda for marking. But they also talk in, they can also support. Ekato Jamjang, you can do your diploma. Then they also partner with the API African Population Institute, Team University. Who you can do your degree through Team University. For example, below Jamjang, Tidne Ranunte Lui, Pade Piogat, Walter Ranunte, with the Piogat, Pachintri, the accommodation, Bellere Juba. Kake Eki contribution, the Chabab, Eki Glue by. One of the challenge when you thin one and suppose baga lakini when you and kachon gati jok chok long din pay ade mushakil the non chiko ro gam wonte si dok chi lwel de ko yen go ke on gari cholit lakini chi on gari cholit non chen facilitation lo lakini on gari ko pay de yen ga one of the issues talking ku book jot book ro da gam den ki sira lo ko ke dik bu ko le bi ko yen gam ke de ku lu ko istafid minu pal ko no go lad WhatsApp de group siasa law political party lo register lo nashatat ku in bu kwany political party dun la ko lo represent then bin ko jalat ko lu use politicians in a very wrong way ko tingi ne rara en ga so kak chit ka ke ene ka gonte recommendations ko gonte book jot e ki take away ko den book ton hakuma dan de ruwen let us invest on the skills of young people aboku lu contribute otherwise if the chin skills chi hakuma ke lu invest on young people then there is no way big lu contributes in the development of the society kake en ka wonte bo ko rotonot long de loylo en ka wonte ci gum ci loylo to jam jam na ci di ko kolo ada lot of people talking wan ci hakuma en ci tem déjà zaman honorable tem there was a serious push was our minister of labor ago nyin go ko ja loy ba en locally ago de local employment keno wana chik bentem because I work closely with the Minister of Labor to long then human resource. So information lo rodo benangi. So these people a chik bentem at that time ko munizamada kinimdo long talk. So the local recruitment. Wanchi ko e ben bi yenting a chiga ben using either airstrip ko ki ben rene local because our community very peaceful ko e ki ko ben rien way local ine kene jawuji yan kay bijo cham bu koy lu agree wot ke ge paj ku ting trigale bio go da pointin ku trigale bo go da gelti nano bi koy bena tiay way wachiro ne ki yig bayene pacin nyan mele ne ko nyen pacin men bayene gar le ki teran bayene lu le biran gat wale bi yig bayene so ka chirka ke these are some of the areas le bu nyin taw ko e shabab ku ke ti choge madde le bio ka long te keno ge madde ci le bu ke gloy kayo jam ja bu ko jiten pe edit ku shukran lekum
I think Abia my turn if the canon moderation can lo hijack. Maybe was that maybe I don't know. While it's moderation, the lo hijack.
O male jan jam background and cho thiok bi wala ke kra jikan. Ke yena 1 minute do ke you correct. Go ahead and try 1 minute. Chak man bi dong in la kur ko ba den.
Pingan bani?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
In ping ko na
Can
jam.
on be and gam ko game floor because moderation and they ran again. We are now actually at the last stage when the chitu we not in. Can yar kwa pay if they then pindan kwe chit tan tau Bangkok, let's say like US or let's say like Juba maybe or Nairobi, Kampala, like Masalan Luol Layan, we would have just engaged ourselves to look through. I think Ketobet ke matter kakok pay factors talk I wrote before le Banyayi to put it in consideration. Ke book jot kin gana chanen all of us discussion the look gana was not only on an individual perspective, we were like putting at the umbrella of the whole youth. Okay, we were representing the whole youth of Ruweng. Akelwelku, we baleg Yuda. Turn on that whatever we say today should not be said yet. They can akiri kitu wala ke luol wala ke kudu na kwaji wala kudu in gum. We actually voiced to all of us. So na chugelwe le krai. Palo chugelwe ke degi ditatin. Take note of that. Ku yen be a way forward. Because otherwise, I think could be yok randi, when they get ran, can I get randaki? I can't run from Kyogi space that time, which you like a look represented. Kalo boys could be taught it and twenty. Take away a bit of who can we bat long the RGF, of course, I did get him and I can get the not below check I did not to below share. Ko below channel because linkaging of this discussion resolution to get the current movement lo now kita buy ke ladin bi ge trigger big rom okay one of the things that we ba legnam we ku be ke glo share if at all that chan go cha to ke kala me dong RGM ku chi buto ke kala me dong social media things we be ke practicality then we thing big kene gito that aslen mi ya jam ku ke point I've taken most of his point ke katu kene yit kan We are learning from each other from one today onwards. At least, because we live Mantine, she told studio it. Kuja ko to big. A chipping. A chintong motor. Nintok. Kakin loy plan for more than 7 days. Ke tong loy plan daman di kene jor daman go. Kuke loy plan a chan daman bi jot. Kula bale tor only some few days ke nyai. And one of the takeaway to nyai can today onward. If not to check and by chatong strategical the way in the peaking. Okay, you have to be having that strategic planning do that can take a longer time than the implementation. I will call you whatever has happened, achieve broadband and your not. Ke kunta bo jore kan non ke wan jiro loy achiro broadband loy tani. We don't want it to happen that way again. Wo quite a bit, quite a buy, and no contribution. I will book at thing. And say now sometime we can be having actually this kind of talk show. While bulo ke talk show, but chin implementation hand on something. Kachin ki chuk loy. Awoge og the impact we book loy. Kwaba ngorumana mogode that youth Taumantin can be in the diaspora, being within the country, like in Juba, or being now with local to buy. Adegin impact loy taken. Kukene, I will be there body with a broloy. Be one of the takeaway be body again and go contribution that I got through. Kwe body gana ina beka ko beka chawe la gidam. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, and sibu ko be chenga pay ko na ya attend. Ko long dan gana little bit pushy. Maybe chiran ngadura la no. Lakin God is great. It's a Sunday today. Thank you.
Ayen na di ga chin mi kala ka taw in disha ka yo ka da manu na chilo ku ya we u do we ngor ko de access ko ping ki man moderated ti be lo gan tan link ka chalo che won ta ku da man da ke chilo man chen ban 3 hours and 30 minutes en ga ke di ga chan be ping but do ka ga ban dan won ne che be executive ku jola yen bil lu ga ban abde ka be ki chat ba den kuran bi ja ping ki jala te den lentin en ga aken ka ko ja ko de watong bi chat 1 minute ku bi jola ping de don bin jola ping la chen nga ke ba
No,
ton we ki kana
I'm done.
oh okay ke ba ton we ki kana cha ko le lon ta ki chol atini ke en nga rumien ke non bero ko toldi won ta chi cheni meeting en ke ki chir ke ba la we ayo ko ki kana pai kwa tin di ke chi nya ite na en nga ade ke tawe cho ka wi bilo ite achira an wala na la ya na tingin chol ke tuwa ji tan mu nyaw thyo ke long en nga ka ade tingi ben weti che ta re ka ngene jar kwa ge che ke belo chi kwa kene ade ke tawe cho lakin tiam na ga nga juor ke chi jare ten for long time chan nam de ko rin ken kwa chin tek la tin ade ke tawe tan de ran de wi ja chan ba tin ke la rum en nga ka pya de bityo ba mi aje ke den chem ku jo ka ben ja ke long security reason na yen wo ke le wo do Moses ku jala bilalu wo bi yo lu re nyin en nga yen pe da Moses da go wati before ki jal ku bilu bi ban on the platform chan ku bi kedan to can be air out
Yena dik ai ma yikin chamot mi yar ton cha chamot
ai chan ba
jela
kon pa
twini
de
yo
be re wala ya yin
an chi bijam pe ba loy chek bet ku jela gum de ngamor ku jela lulu nyong mi jang lol ku ke kamot ben dok ane ran chol mi lon mi yen ane dwek to wen cha to la dwek taban system which be re ki be ben tin ke loy block out so de ka jwe chien loy block an lu an edo ku loy de to wen on tiel ban ja yo ku ke le je koy ruwen global media taban ke kene voice da taban pin lok bo man tin pin ta bi ko ya jam media kin go ba ku ni kwen wan ku pal ku chila bi ka won security jo ke tian ko mi ya cha le jam chen jam ka chi mi ya kwen ka kan ka Iran chin jo good ti chen jo dal ti kan jo dal chin be lo en kulu kine ya jo cham yan cham kene yan bin ken the last resort below ko yana che yan ne ko wonte bala tar wala ko luadi yan wonte bin the way wonte bin kene binen nyai wo ko ko ruwen taban o kita hoten for very long time ku pinda angi chi ku kewi chan ba nyai chabab to chan ni Iran chi kring chwai chan tin kring chwai Iran ke ben angi jiten ran chi ben ruwen whether be chumal wala ye within Junuba Sudan kware tiong na ruwen it akijot achine lo ben la din akijot because record ato ko wi buga lo taban ke kwa chi ka taban ne ke ing lead lo to dehumanize or undermine somebody the language you use the kina language when in language reality ne lo use taban ka kin ku sia da ran pindi kane mane ale baga thiyo kro ko ga le biga dia ko le big lo ko ke thiyo kro ga ko nek chok ke chingong ke language when to make somebody denied him from what he's claiming or ko when le bi le lo ke ting ruwen taban u ko ruwen especially ko di ku shabab ugdal thiyo the cake achi tong ne ya number 1 fin no mane thiyo do dalo ade ko ren ngi jen kwa ku ko jwe ting thiyo wonin go god guonom thiok bichin gun te betag thiyo kene ran kene ke ben dominate ku loy ke slave wana lul gal chen dal iran chen jo dal ni chen dal ku chak be ku bi akan ngo ine ya jo cham ya nun te bin kene bin dial tiam de long chimi ya ton cha lul won honorable mi ya achi lul pin dit kene ke kwai ke ya ki cham kwai chi ben kwai re we gwe dunin ke ya ki cham kun aga dola taw ko tin man chi ke gi tek ke re ke dit jan di de te de ting ene ran taw ruwen ben taw da ruwen ting lakin akuma ai kiyari lan ta chi sharp dubai da kiril man taw america atin kene man sharp lan cha well informed they know a lot ne chak be no ki pyo no you will fall in that category ting lakin o ko ruwen taban we lack a lot of stuff ting p Iran p ke pyo ke chol p ke pyo te cha u be lik bag lik ngo p ka pyo ting so kana li ruwen kwa wiku bugin kare tani shabab wan chenga pa na ru ko ye gani te ngwet ka ngwet beta twen yubutin rin twen ku yubutin de ke bai mu to do la de man to America ne ke chol je la keri the buy or police a cha ran chi diop ka ko won to mid age ran be a young I don't in the front line kuran te chi be dem chi be twen ma ke ben long de inside civilian side chan ben out security and town thing ku je la ga ni chol na police I think ade ki chi gum lo la yen la de bugi ma taban ke chol jwe long mi yawn chi lo jwe de ko ja long chi gum lo la yen ke chol ruwen akut ka dil kunam ke one of the big problem in ruwen tear apart ken min bi ruwen bi kene ke support below kwa chi chabab le bi low without the help of kwanta yi kwani ke leaders ka bai because the kuma the junub ade tan tawon na chi tonga ga kuma taw dollar ko gi ben so ke bulo wan bu ko yin mat bu ko yin inform te pin pi de bai ku chiang bi bai chiang lakini akiji loy ade lo de nam kede pa ru de nam kede ke da group ke da they don't come together len ben with a time of need thing so quite ke a chik them quite dal tene ke quite ke chik them chui chik them tero because area quite dal so the only way get to move in the only way to move in I can way because we move in a big their voice quite be quite persuade I think that's what they are doing lakin ira on ta nam le kudu kan ga wan jang la sia da be jwe ta ban de chew ga ngo ti chen ba ran bo ki he ngo ke yin chi le budong be ke quite kilo ben a kudu lakin na lo de ruwing can be ke ya kilo ben lo altered be a kidin and that the mindset okay ke so we shabab ke london a chetong ko o we junu Sudan o go die lakini ra ni na kudu kwen one way or the other let in a quentin when I want German go gala language you use iran iran ben kunyu pandu kujala lu do ngega ipandi chi jot language kene ke language the failure ke language unte yini ke what do you humanize yourself you know what undermine yourself quite on ke IDPs I seek a resident IDPs so language kene when e chabam ni ruwen lo yuzu kayo ke language kina lo bike reduce to certain level le kina e ko lu given ko gen lo chajawu kama na kalo bingin yo kan ka wan chagen tingwan wan gol ki jwajot en ka wan chi vice president ke tere ka chi be ben mane cda chi ke den nyaai ke chi jo dong man chi gen ke lul mana la krim ke chi jo dong ke nyin taw randi ene ja taw ran ko yir chokne ina bug jo luel kwalo big jod ben bi chen tong dong because we o ko ruwen ke tar ku kam ko na ngiku mostly ba mi yar ton cha tinga de le wala ne do to bio go ko and that one I think le en wok tin pindi bo ke chen ko etil krot ko ke chen kiran una ne lu le cho lo ko ne ki da lo gale unda dinda raj din ku tol chien ting kene de long ne randi kene aki ko ju ke chabab ko pa na ru aki ko le ko ka we ke pi ka ke raj din ku tol chien so ko ele big right ku ba che polichen so yen wo let us go back ku ta kweni chan chin pin chi jot chin chi la tin ti len ben ke kwen ku wo ga ya ki lo bu go lo isolate tene ko ka ke la dem bu lu mu fi ne te taw ka ken ko ya lo ten ku bu ngi ngo lo ku ngane de ke ye lo bi yang ngi tin ko ti ra ri yo ra ni junu beten junu ge ben ra ni ge ra ri yo la liu nobody junu ge nobody ku ga ra lo bin yo lo le nge ngo liu ke pa len chi nge ke pyo lip ti den chen pyo lip tin wa wi bi chwa la so ke yin ina bo shopping ku cha bam no ruwen domine tila pan tila kring tila werap jai un ku jeje wan dan lul ku le jai te chol karasan ben ku yin ka ngabule tin ke chol bam chabam kene ke pandin ane ke loy tin tane ke kudun wagde yi abshan bang yu kumre Sudan akumre junub because yena kumre junub de ku wonta e sign ku wek ta tin ten UI stakeholder wagde part tin akin gele ba kumre Sudan junub ja loy ko we part of it ting lakin jam ko no yen yo nga cha de tok nga cha de tok en ka ay wo yen fe le man ko nga won chi kun ta lu ran tin chol lule nyong ni jang lual no ne luol ran chol nyong ni jang lual ne nyong de men ka ke ko yom ka ka chik bai chik tho ka jwe ko ko pa ne chi le bi jo ben jal in your watch or in our watch ke bu chin deal mat ku loy ku to kwa chiran til ku ran te ben ke peaceful we don't have any issue ke ran e ben ku le ye ne ken ke kidi ke che ke de ken ran ken ke ran chu le bu lip do ka na non ting kwen ke my en ke my own initiative ne ye nen mi lo ta ba na chanin ran en lu bi do mariel ka che le ben so yen a chin gi che to a chin ya la chin che to che gudele aliu whether aerial bonial kuma di junube wala aerial chi go ka ma jiten ga bu ngor ki yog yan ba din lekin a chin pinjel pin cannot go nowhere iran man chak to ten le bi ka de ten that lekin pin chin le yen lekin wo ga junubin wa buk dai buk case buk a lo create case won ten a che case de bi lo la nga ga nyu kana ga pin jot case kana lo la ke o ke lo cha ja wa chan bi ga ben le che ga chi ja ri they are weak inen luel so wen ke taw kan ke na yena mo ko ita na ji jam pe ko na sha wi ba jam pe ko ke mo do ke bab kwa kudu ruwen wen ja kudu ruwen amaden a wi bil lo ki gon te ndi ko bo e ke kwen ki mane kam na mane ko ke bim nom a wi cha be te min pa ja pa yang lo pa na ko ri le bim nom I think ke le lo street ya I think e kam na bim nom gana wi bay a chi bu po la ya a de nen tek to nen yi I think a be lo ku wok labi ko leg bi yi wan dan luel yen da close rupa na that sha rupa na che kedin chi kyak kyak ne ke mi nyang ete da ete lenda so what le yit le ke ben ba den ke chi bu ko na ya nge no le ne lu lam ya ru we don't have any issue with them cha ne ke junu bi na le bi re na we they want le re yi do le re yam yang le re pa mi le no pa riang nobody cares le ki ne sa nya ba ku gudu pin gane di sa nya ba ku gudu pin gane a che ke ko to ten ge lo quite detail ade quite detail lo big pin lo go pa chan go resource go lo squandered chitan wan to ko unity state that's what the point we allow when the event refugee we allow services cocktail ke ka tar ke ka lakini che non kuji so ke yini ran ke na bugu du jangi ngo bi ja lo iten kulakini de ke chol compromise in politics compromise ke to ichiran ke ni na gare gi ngi chin de lo de compromise lo lakini ade ke jo rio pin binan majran so wakiji bana ta wakin akuma ake real da shinan ko kwa chak tingwan ya email ya mi joko shi jam kwa biya lwel ne wan lwel ke lwel la ye ne ku lu complain too much o ko nom ku ke yi da ne ku lwel atin no ya lu pin bol ka de ka den chok pin ten kuna big leg juba kala ka dal ku ka lo ka dan lo this that politic ne kene politic un ta ya kren in iran lo ke mi be ting so ajin ga lo bi ko to lom yo lo ko chi to e tong thar ke wi yu e ke tek ke wi yu e ke lo di plan ke wi yu mane man chi dong na chin ga tin chi ya ba sa so yen ke o wi bu shopping chi ran chi ma ke ga lo bu ka ma ke chi ben chi ka je la kin ga sa ni wat pin ne na wi lo clear di wa chi lo bi ya kum ko ka kum ko lo yen I think that team akuma kwany be loy follow ti man don be to with thinking akuma ade pen ala kwany ko won the very expert buka kwany bi ka ne kwany cho for the period of time ene lon big loy I think so yin an bu ko ten ko chakale ku lo loy an bu ko ten wo chakale ban rin ne ale kuran dai cha mo da yadan ku let us focus loku lu ku wo buon man ko bi chen nên kan man ma yik va dua to le kine le ban ma yik la ti na le bu ngor ko re le chenga ba chenga so yin an mo ko den ko che kle rin ni ali
amos kama chimi da fe akwa yo
kami
da fe na mchi a shut down na da 4 hours ko ta wutun do ka chi re fe da ka ya problem trick aja ku ye ne ja tiok to wonte lakini ja lwela do re long na africa ti kiran go tiai ka le ben bi ku je aping be on the background na chen problem very look in mula Koi ko yan ga ten yani linga je lo share on ta. Na chen tri on ta chiram jo ben ko jo ba ti ko jo ba ben da manti. Do ga taw
Ai,
ten la we we will schedule them. Go ahead three.
let me confirm ban me yi ku ja ban ya lon mi yen to piang again or not. Clear man.
Yeah.
In a clear.
What you say first and foremost, you ba ye ga le ban me yi ding ku ja yin ban ya lon mi yen. Ku we ga ban wo cha bru we un dai ja we were guests of honor. They take invited to the platform RGM. When a brother boom, ku jala brother lu nyok ku ja yin brother ki kujia honorable Miyar Toncha. What's a keg for your attendance? Kujila contribution on Chak Loy to the RGM today. Kawit ba nyoga ke acknowledgement with the yegra and chin yigdeng kujia yin melon miyan ku bagen ping ke weru and gaiben that no kai ke gero ke kai unte je RGM ke chen ga inta pe ku ke yen pay aman ngoro gen get on air ku ta online ke nyuwa dun ke kai won chiro jwa chiro din community ke individual ko ke RGM ke chat ke mana gen ting to yang yang wala to taw taw ya ke ka ke tin gida ke yen ran tin me yigden ki ku jai nen ne lon mi yen ke ka chiro jwa ku ke we won ke lo je ke ni ke ke ne lo so ke ne we community ru en dai ban tu don dai tin pin no apiat ba ke ye ka le ba ga ko je ke dan mo jo ma ti ne nin ban me yigri ai nin ban me lo ke ba ga continue the good work your dedication and commitment bag ruang loy through RGM e ga tong ne ga pet ku ka bu ba ye ga yo ko chien che ga man te a ga loy volunteer so connect ke ku ba marwe bi ko ruang e bi mi yang an top behind the RGM ke en me lon mi yen ke en me yi ga kwa ye ni chan wa dun chi re che wen no ka pai ku ye ni ben ka ga apologize for that inconvenience it cost you and your time and your money man ngeje gen pan western world is all about money ne ye ndien ne kelen tara ka chin gidan din te di we ne no e che gran be lo lo pa ne jinu sudan ne ke yin che ti ku le yin ne ke yin che ben ke ga chin policy yi no all account for kelen jet blow of them ne pa ne jinu sudan so ye ke taw in banyo yiri ay ko banyo law I will just summarize the topic to ka yo what guys of honor din te ben for this platform ko jam ci ga jam go yen ba ka ta gaw lakin jam ke ne ta ngi tin ku ni ka ko ne kan ngo de tay ne asin jam tin ta tin ka banin gol chok ka ba lo ke chek ba we pat ke brief adi ba din ta ba ye gun ruwen ci man nge jogen in term of empowerment ku jela employment opportunities ta ko ta pa ruwen ka yo ke use nke human capital one of the economic development community development with by and the only way to ensure prosperity of development kujalada entrepreneurial project or program and big effective in the community japan ruwe ngaban ke use na we be there empowerment ta blo ke through employment opportunities ta ke yin ke especially kai won ke a lu graduate from anywhere da ne ke banti ka pet ke ga ta lo lo go the ke ta lo lo that's when they can be effective in delivering in term of uh, planning for to won ta and be ga guide in term of directing development projects ku jela the proposal ko bi ke ga by based on the expertise kene ka yo in ke short summary gun balwil lang the empowerment din ka bi ke yekin loy loy and in ke yekin loy loy they will apply their respective skill the learn knowledge which is acquired from the respective institution of learning when be ko so kene ka yo kene pet ki man ka chilo loy loy je man lui ke tan yi gum ran chi de ti wala ye ne lul mu jak ka yo en ke to won ta le bi ke gen power ka chi man taw ke tan ya kwa ni be so we get talk away example to to the rest of the youth ke karang ni ja ga mo ke example ka de kuning le ban lang no community ke yeni youth ko on to fan de Africa ne ke chan ke yokin ke organization one social organization shi ke from one organization you go actually ke are effective in delivering to the expectation and satisfaction of association one ke group. So can ke you chol na cha association which ke loy ke ga le biga contribute to the development of the community or any developmental project or program then we buy now. Unfortunately, based on my experience here and interaction with the youth, the Ruweng, cuman ngejo gene mane Ruweng BM na mas karang youth association at all. Ukakaj ke continue ke bana platform kana nam. No are they active on the forum nte ke road ko in man you WhatsApp group ko kan. Achu ke giti ku kachu ke giti ngai ke activities ko kon loy ke cuman ko de ka wona ro loy ki achu ke giti how do they respond on the ground. Ka wonte ke dal county ken man taw ya wa ja yin man taw BM. The same thing do you know Ru in particular. Ye ko tinguno association ne ka loy in community kuning le ban ba den ke expectation of the youth is ke low kuma ne ke di youth are kwancho ke ki employment opportunities ke di ke ga yo ko e won di ke ga lui lobbying for the opportunities we can generate lang no loy ka di ke ga yo national level ko di ke ga yo lang the ruling between jama na damat e tene ke we won the youth very low in power he ko be ke low uplifted by the community or leaders in the ka by ke ne ne by I chen e ko lo de dan is suppose big martin di ke ga lui lobbying for ke scholarship program a chan scholarship program ke part of empowering youth when bi ke ro ta limit ago ko won bo ke ban yal ko ke to ke ga lo ke human capital connected system ke ga lui ko ja ko won be lo ke be ban ke chok ke be lo ke be wen is school wala ran ko bi lo for father study ke ngo ke the opportunity ke man yi scholarship bi for ke suppose ya ke ko in man wan chi jalat national scholarship ya talk kuma na gi nyantam de gade da ke kinga gade ten kwa taw brother Joseph Duty kwa taw yi Mario wan ti lo fi jala ko wan ko lo fi ti ke lot through scholarship ta national government of South Sudan when ti ke tiam according to marking scholarship dia draw ke yen kare G4 kare G4 ke use la go fel association and lo ko le ko det e ko eden kai scholarship ta G4 a ti lo abuse de ke ga mi guru en man wane G4 respectively until ja ku ne ran ja tanyal and then jo ba improve ka buki lakin the criteria wona ka kwanti a ti lo abuse okay la to the wrong track e kene e ci yun ruwen a ci ke kwanto a chan bi ke benefit kene ne nga go na ne le na association gan ci ke lo a ci ke ga abuse ne we wona no association ne ka lo ke na lo ka wona ka lim ka ju te ke ci no kuna ci we la yo ke we ke ko re ne kan ke to on the top of association ke ban dom ku te ke jebi ku cha said man ko ke ci yin te chi taken power by the kai won get much by whether a national government ne ga lum tin respective ministries ku jela kai ke mai ruwe I think get the association can ke juari
Juari. Ke ke juari ke karan ke lo jep ke koyre na kan. E kene ke le we bagin ping ke we ruwe. Wo o ge joto ko ye eye witness ke wone yi association community whether ye kere youth whether ye kere community chuman taw community de ruwing ade no association da ba ne jubone ko suppose bi ka won da ruwing bi ke ga lu address ke social organization ran mu association mata ruwing kala shi toji de ke de we mana sha ke fingrin ke de ke ye discuss bi ruwing bi ba chol at least even bi sha ba lo every 3 months ke le bi ya make sense. You know, the same thing and you will affect chuman ko wana ga tingi yo ko queen a chen lut kai ku document to so kene na chen le ye na you the be alo ga chi be alo en ga ke ben jong ni chwe ji wel dik ja ko ni jam ni diplomatic way ku le ye na o ga peaceful ku le o ga professional but in the end a chi kle ne le ngui ku le ni jala le ba de ni le ga ben bi ke kidi ye na ngo ngi jana ne whistle blower ane whistleblower kwane very strong critic when chan karang ting ko ranu ne nam piat ken ka ke nin ting aran ben dom glo in post kwa we use kwa ka rio ko no pye duan chak pye we ki ko bi amon yin ko bana jam in a polite or amicable way in public, but behind the scene with rules of law with moral standard with ethical values in a community you can change thing a lawyer ke cake by late quick is setting a wrong example to young youth in the workshop. Well, that's why when again think I vocal against some individual when a kachiri ka ke law practice when ga un chale we the only thing chao gen ting man ke de amen me do community ruin ka queen a chana ye ke chi si adin ku chi ke rio ki kale bi community ruin ale bi lwele den tera aro yo gono yini ne chairman ta community ruin ku yini che ben forward ku ka wanda ruin ku chen ting ke si da yini namne loindo a cha kama na gen ting man ko gede ma cha kala de be ke ni for instance man occupation illegal encroachment lo some of the counties ke suppose brand in no particular county ya ben bi ku be ke de be luil ti chagen ngole rane chi be demonstrator cha failure. You see, and which Iran in because you need them your own legal jurisdiction, Luintin, because support Ben and Bapiat, and they are leadership. You can be a subordinate, they check in by county, county commissioner. Well, talk here for Yama demonstrator or a boomer demonstrator within your legal jurisdiction, could they violation or always in a Indian Namak with the Albenbi, could the opposition with the Albi. Who can have been better influenced by child one magic within that legal jurisdiction, by law side it. Ko be mada borado, be planning no baby, ko be mada randi, di kri ban galo silsila. Nka ka wana gen ting ek da miya de jej ke da ranin de imagine 3 ko yine 3 do na ngin match ko bi gen do bi da discipline. You know, kuning de ran lu yen michila ke yini ne ban tawo na yin ke yen defend. Etanen ke ban nang da nyali den ke nin ben ting no yin ke ran lo ndu ngi lo effectively. Tayin in low with a sense of confidence. So yen ke wi ba lo ne wek chab de ruwen ping ke bagen ngi jeno wo go liebe ni ban qur'an ban taw mem yi ni yun ruwen in ju kudwa ji tweet ka ko na ne le yen yun biem nam ruwen a chin ko loy mit ba le ko unte ene ko un bien ko nge youth ku ke ban la dia we kuning de ko un chi ban ken wo chi mane ka ko na ne le yen tandu ken e ke jueri ku ke liemi ja ke yo ko we odil unichi we la lui baren the only few individual ke on the top of the association ke gala lui disappear source kuna la banyen ke le yen ke ya tiktok ku ke jo condon e ko lu condon ko the very same people ke ben jam gulel ke yen ke jam ko ni gulel ke ngi kelwel gi gulel ka be kan lowe. How do you allow a society bi ka chiri ka bi ka chiri ka bi ke ga entertain. So cái yi den cái ko nye ga pol man ka wona ne le yen use should have concentrate the way when ben lo ya yok take a graduate ku ka support bi ga concentrate way when bi ga scholarship ken be ke ga yo ka ke support bi ke ga kwan chok ni je bela ben yi man cha jam lang ni sieza kalang ni sieza man they use ke ke ga use they are being employed by the politician ko kitu e data including the former governors wala ke former chief administrators were at the same time ke MPs who ka talk in the system ke kon man chi chitwe who ke be yun ke na be dom gu use the very same use and be turn around and decry fool no oh e ke rand nyale na ku klowi at the same time they are being used by the very same politician when cha fail ku ke yen ba yen ke ne we ko kon ping ke yen poverty abject poverty taw ka tin angong I ko jago ke go ate duon chi mi o tok tin ke ne rani le ben la ko ku ben no me ki dirun to the act no bin pandun bin en tan ayi ben che gi njo yen ke ne kin chi de ti ai pandun man wana gen tin ke de ko je la ma dur ko and they feel proud. But some of the youth still even recognize them no ke ban ko shirika ke de jak lo imagine da ti man o gya man ke wona fin le ne ka de yi occupation de fin ku te da man gol ro da gol min gol ruwen a gorot gol da go ruwen ki jetendi ku je ban ya gradually getting worse even one chok you are independent ko ruwen choga mi skill ku ka chiro lo from the governor ke golen chok up to the present time ngor man ke chin solution chok ting ku de chating ter ban kon wan chilo whether talk ke MP wala ke governor wala ke chief administrator all of them ban a chin ge won chok ting ke chik lo effectively ku karang ke loy ke tap kriye ran to ngi de jonna man biya public issue ke ran chi de former governor Lauren mi bok in ke ran chi ke chatingon che ban unity state chen engage a way won bi kre wududa bi en discuss kwa ke chi kene a chan bi use biya effective ten ke use that ke ga be ke ya tagi jimana ku ke ga de ko gune bela madadur kwon te ke lu fi nyoko fai to a use ke ga part of ka won ria ga lang ni siedika ku ke yen ba yen kene aja kuj mane ya chok wale karang ne da and jolo no bro lo ki ya lwa ga chan ba jo ti ai fan dun kene ja kuj ken ka na ba nyen ke lo yin ya ke ko kiet o yin ya ke ko un te ko ji ku ja lo le yen unity ye bon. This is where I disagree with the way use yen man ke chol hypocrisy ku this is where an ko no yen no rol ku ki ya lo kunun che yin tingi lakit ke yen an tere kan maranu ne ya foki like you try to act no yin you are trying to be smart in a way when you think you are playing smart politics while you are yin madogadur win madogara and when a bad practice law where yin a professional when ethical when morally driven it can a contradictory to the quite want to yeah and a jam with account sense of accountability and transparency where wouldn't be system when the sense of integrity wouldn't be in delta acting kuningli when a kid can allow them correct this is where oga divisive in terms of ko buro correct gula ko ko buro way one wrong element within us don't get support. This is where this unit come kuninga ke your support ko unit is united ko unte ke ya ka kun ku ke chi wi ke bela madadu ku ka ke your low support a ke yo unity che bon pat in chi unity che bon again is the will of the people. Unity ke when che correct ku bulwe yin don't side with the wrong person, abandon that wrong person ku jake ban ran la jik ene ta ko nim ku yen bija is for command dun ku ne ran ka ku lwel lakini che ranun be your resources kun kwa set kun be ga squandered ekene ke wrong concept che le lo entertain ara an ben cha morally corrupt man wan an joting the very same use ke jalo wan before the elders go ahead the lwel yen despite the fact that no righty ene ka pal ke ku ne ka tatin how that correspond with our moral values te chen fa nun chi ba nam yo lia morally a chin gidi gun bel wela ka pancho ke ga nun wala de gidi un te pancho ke ye te ku ja moral un te ka ba chen ti ba li kwa yin an me man chi jam fa ke ba lwil ka bu solution ba le ka ke insecurity ke ka len simple lakin ko yen complicate ke siedin ko ku siedin ko ka ga dar ka use chik te ku siedin ko ka ya tu sop ekene a che ko bu kwal assume ga yen go ba ka chi be ko le ga lo declare biran tan ya le ban de ba bi thing ku le yen an ko wudu de no ko kon yin to ensure the territorial integrity of Ruweng bi dial tawte de a chan wudu da ke gi jiran ko ke wen kunu nge we di chi jak ni jen hi Ruweng ke ngo ka ja chol ga ye fintat. And while you are doing that diplomatically, you are preferring because be lui be mandatory in every county eladum bayiran bi shinde konde ku bi shinde tonke a cheke ko bi lu accused ku ka chola pelien pin akoy rani tie den nga a chaman ton nyala mane wier nyele a ja ku ti den geden loy ene ja ku kwen ka ke lele ne na banye na belwel ke lele ngo akoy chi ki jame kan ku ga ka ping mane junu sudan mane yirana tar kede e ngan buk tie den ninge kirmi yari na ga jalo ene ben jolo le kirmi yari ko riojen ku ka kuduna jat che tong ke tho be ke ni yi pande ni kirim yari de tre ko tho tin kwen ko cha ta ke yen wa de pin e ka da ne cho lu ya ki ze ke yi ne ji ko ri ho ji ke ne gam ko no ka ke chen yin ben ko ko ken ke jo lo fu li side e yu na le we ke ne o ku ke ne be la mat ke de se ma dur ku ke ga be la duong nim ko ku ke ga le yin e ke be ko ja cha la ko tan ya e ke ne no ko jo le we duon ke ko na ma da dur ku be ke tha la wel ku be ke le la kan a pin dai nyo ji e ro lo di ne kan yen cha lwe yen pelio taw ka tie din ko tie din ko gen lo ke sop ngen cholo ta di ne a che men power liu on the ground ai bene yan trek dar ne jazz bala ke kare ngene che wi bi chong no ke ko lo ko kwal na ja bo lin de pio che nga ka bena ti kunung de rane fo ta lo fandi kan de na mak ba chwa we kulwel acha ga yen kir mi yari ka chide le ngoen ken lo go ti kula manen en moto ni no pe manen en weng di fe pe manen pin di ruo o nyoji illegally e dang no mari ne kan acha ko permission rane o de resources bo ka chide ken bo ken lo yen an mem an ma ko o ke di ne luel ke joro device we ko me chuman taw ten we gi me lo ku ja yi nin me yi ka lo ro on the ground taw ne ka tin ko kan ye ke kwa dai ne ke ana ten ge en ga area ga nge chi man wan taw ne yu the way ke ten an che area de fat ke ye lo bang ne nan tre ga na chawi ko de ko ro wel ne ko ka ja lo politics chin ta de I'm not a chira an lo favor ne nan tre ku mine ba ne we di na connect media a chira ne yo ki man wan o ga me ten ke yo ki ko taw de twi de ran yo do man lo ge ne de ran we do kwen ka man na chuk ben jam ku le ga we e do ne kan lo ge le ke le lim chira le lim de so yen an mem an chi jam mi de fai ki di ke na di bai din le we use the ruwing ya ke mat kuna association ruwing use ne loy pa bu yo tingi lekin yen we ke dak fiot ko kan we dak fiot ke ki chit ko un chiro loy in the respective association ke biem nam use ku jela yen fa na ru use akin ki di ga ting ki mane ki ri ban ko ke ting ke loy kara ku nin gi ku jel ko ro tek ka ko how do you affect unity bi ban unity ye chi bi ya bong le ani chi nge ke ni nge le kara ke le ka bi this unity a chen a way forward ne kan let's be realistic kuna chu gen gam ko yo ko lo system ku the same thing system cha got kwa cha ta in the constitution en ga ba le kula ko road pretend kula le yen on ngi ko lo a chi ok bla yen an trick I have compiled a lot of names profiling ja lo kuna ra ne jo ko bandi ene ka bi na question ka lakin on personal level ka chira ande mi chila ka yin te chin ko bi yin la go wel ki dunu ba na ka ni ki ye use nel wele ra ne ria ka ke please stay away from the public arena eta ne chira ande mi chila ka yin lakin te ria ka kan ubro ba na ta ka yin gulo ka de ka loy ke yin chira na bin ga kwa unity da achu go bo ngone wrong concept bi na lo le yin apal ko kara ke ngege aken ke way forward no nga chi bului te pelo gen tin e kariya ka won le development bi bai ka development bai le way ka way use ari ga chi ko wane we join ran won ka kurio ku le ran won ge lo support ka de ko we gen e yen support we ka ne chen necessary aja ku na e concept di ginu Sudan nje bai cham nyal e cham de gol ene ke ko bi jogo ke kane en ke lu resist ka achiro lo ye ko ku lo fanda in particular achi practice it can achi and be encouraged because get bad moral practice in a bike so yen and chin problem it tui kwan gi talim dun chok we ko un te ngor ko ban nyal ko kwan talim dun chok ko opportunities gi for ko tawki opportunity ru en ka wan taw ko ne yen national scholarship program tawki uning le ben ko un to ken power de loy loy ataw lakin jak system jak loy improve en kadi ka nia back accountability ko transparency back taw a sim kwon ke campaign gi but when it come to real action actually ke ati because this is very common in South Sudan that one thing I laugh to myself like why e ko radio lo jang ke chiriken but chiran yo lo makta ba den ga bi chekrang ayen me man ko ban riai keep up the good work with me lo ko ka pet ba weekly show ba ke ga lo ku topic bi ke ga discuss on the online forum jiman taw get WhatsApp ke yak ben jo be lo summarize it on weekly basis at least be there an ba ga lo schedule kira an be la wala ko no hinam la ke yen no minin queen be live whether it Tuesday in chin taw day off ke nom queen lui no royals ko be ready anytime ku pa pet ya daman chi daman de che durur bi Sunday wala Saturday day ko ke okay ayen ucha kale jan jam ni da fai
na apia da fa da go ga trip ku jala Moses an ga an chi schedule cha dai loy wan long the dog chan big ban kwa chin ne like bai ban on ta man on ta che ban i gum ma jok jala do ku jala nyan tin cha ko chi ta on the audio ten roll la chi ban on ka ban ke very clear so kana ban na yok chabam de Ruweng on ta dai ka ki ban pa on ta ga je ka chi gal pe ni di ne ke ko de gwa jog na sa ti ku to an ga an lui Saturday na cha lo Saturday wa ne show so ya nen ji a very tight da fa so wa chi ban ge da ka chi ban lo 4 hours man tin na ma cha cha down e kren de o kin loy je ne ke ku ba wa be ra na dam weekend ku be ra na ba dam weekend go yani it can affect the health system yen nga yen wo ke kale ja ban mi ya in chale ku ja la gum me ja ke bel ban go ban ping ku ke do nim pin pa ida go yen im ku tina kan chat in ban mi ya ton cha chan ku yo pap ku vi mo so bi gu then we call it a day yen nga
ma yiri ay kin gidi don ta ba matin no no karang ba tan manu ye ga lai ta man ta chang no ko chak ben ka kwen ke taban wet wa da chi choba mun ta a chek tol yen ka yo ga chin gidi don ta bu ba kwen no no nende taman no ta chuk yo ga yo ko get together ko bu yo ba ngor ko jam ko chen ya nan ko ta
oh thank you very much Moses abi jo log lial ko bi jo pap
ame ma chinga ba ba luel mi yar ton cha cha le ja pai ben chen ben ku la trik lang ku gum ka ai bela tu ku ja do kun sai ja ban bai ke da te kijin go to ira mane do la de go ko ji dio mane ga tar ka na ko da so a che dio wala dit ne ke loy bai ke da tiel bin jo wai pin so ku ga junu bin kene ke lo birana ngi kene so aran woni de ki kwa loy kene ke ran ene ran ne ko nge cham ya iran so yin an ko jiten ku recruit pin abai gama yik an chi be jam pe
adi ga fai da go ka le ja ba le one month gum man jo ke one of the potential young man ko na che kan lo bi piat ku ka de program ko boya man ka da the role of the CDC yenga the county development committee or the community development committee so kana bong or ko jam tin le kin kana ngor ke de progress ina kan chan ku bu ko the different view be Bennett and lakin they have addressed the key issues when that are affecting the youth yet awraga ke ko lan chit ka lan ke jam ga pai ku je ben ke ne jam pet ga chin mit Ruweng ki jo kon taw ke jam very strategically one along the mit ku biem nam the wal tor ke chu bai one e chu control I think most of the I think you remember that one kwa chik kwena chipin deng de mod ban and it appear that no ga chiwa ban dar ke ke coordinator ke deputy wala yi au ge je chipin ba o ge ba ban dol tenon so mi lwal ke men na biem nam ke taw ga long no kai ngwen o ge ngan kon ba on chol me ro ga chu kon ba twen on en nga yen ke kuloy bet o ki ko loy ko ke rana ku tinga potential ku de pion on men ben ke ben da wala chin problem wo ko me taw ki jibo wala taw ki long ni jam jang den ku de ran program den be bi ki ya ba yo bu ben I schedule and then we continue to do it and na chu ben on time then ga le bu ga chak maybe 1 hour ku yup pin within 1 hour go talk den ku jo ku tamare ga log loy tamare ke chu loy ga ke bu ko jo ga lo ga ro mi lo to ju ke bi ken nga we u chu ka le yin gun man jo ku jo la kwan de mi ben mi jang mi nin chu le ja to audio i ten pin o ka le di de go ku chi jam very strategically ki ja ke jam mi man wan cho jam ka lu yot ban da ten ka yo kan ga chi le ga ma en nga ku ka wi bu mo wi de ko da che chiang da chan bu da chan ma kai ka nin yen ok chocolate thank you very much good man jo ku jala kai yin bi jo la ta no kai and man kai keep up the good work en nga ku ba jo thon nin jo war ku mo di ba ko go kin ba do en nga ti go lo war ku dio che ta ra ga yen kane ke ka ta tin dia da ba di da ba ta din ban en jo tio wo bu jor
Ruweng pawenyatar, ruweng atumyar, ruweng atumyar. Yin bang, the yin bang, the jam boy, the yin bang.